what your house and your neighborhood and your field and wherever it is that you are looks like, and then you zoom them in and you vector them in very, very clearly, and you do this in an unbroken train of thought for as long as it takes.
tes Dixon tes. Nah, aku kecil nggak sih? Kecil nggak ya? Tes mau aja ya, cukup ya suaranya gini. Oke ya, selamat semuanya bagi yang nonton live maupun play. Kali ini aku live stream GENSHIN Impact. Sekarang hari Sabtu ya, Hamin sih ya, paling entah ngapain juga aku, paling event doang sih, event daily ya. Penjoki masih dibuka sampai streamnya kelar. Lagi nggak ada, ya udah. Oke, langsung mulai aja. Ini on dan simbol. Oh ya, musik biar nggak sepi. Oke, ada tes. Oke, nyaman ya suara di sini.
Filter. Add as.
video biasanya gambar pasti masukin kayak gini. Dapat resolusi berapa? 80 ya? Ini sudah dapat 80. Situ cuma makan 20%. Kemarin sudah lihat outputnya 720, itunya di 20% juga. Berat sih, kenapa udah? Kayaknya dapat tadi sih dari waktu 80 juga ya. Ya, juga ada kedua.
A familiar sight.
Udah nyampe 10% aja bisa di situ ini. Kemarin juga 20% loh. Udah pakai Streamlab. Berat parah. Bahwa juga submai kalau apa kasar udah coy datang coy. Ketat.
Nowhere to run.
Your journey ends here.
Body and let me weave you a dissipate. Out of my way.
Basic. Ya kururu bah. Kururu apa? Belum. Astagfirullahaladzim.
Futile.
Nggak pakai Streamlab nah bisa begitu. Ya itu lupa dengan protokol. Kalau mau juga mau kelar bukannya lagi streaming ya? Nah sekarang bukannya lagi streaming ya? Ngomong ya.
Everyone hold hands. Make yourselves at home.
Rain outlines your fate. Huh?
Nowhere to run.
Hey,
Witness the power of Gugwa.
I see everything.
Futile.
Video 90%. Berat juga pikir-pikir. Salah.
If the Arataki gang stirs up any trouble, I'll drag every last one of them back to apologize.
Iya kan? Itu aku lihat 12 ya, kata-kata banget. Enggak lah ya, aman lah ya. Ini kayak kata-kata banget.
Time to act. Add Astro.
Thank you for.
Oh, beres 2000 kan. Udah ready nih. Harusnya. Ya. Apa juga aku ngomong nama sore. Oh, udah kayaknya mas salah. Oke, itu lawan monster. Apa bedanya? Nah, ini biasanya di Noel. Kolosium, ini gladiator. Oh ini.
I must leave no. By royal decree.
Oh udah langsung lompat. Apa?
Midnight vent.
Fight this off the side. Fly. As a good knight
Oh,
should.
Pak, bentar lompat.
Someone needs assistance.
Oh emang kalau gabut kayak gini. Sebenarnya sampai malam sampai ngantuk. Kalau misalkan aku live bentar biasanya aku kasih timer tuh. Tapi kalau misalkan gak ada timer, aku kayak timer kayak gini. Nah timer kayak gitu itu berarti durasi live segituan. Mana? Ini bapak. Ini warna ini udah satu yang masih depan. Oh ini kan kret jangan panas kering boleh. Ini setelah kamu maka buat tapi harus 30 filter. Bukan baru masih lama kah? Masih harusnya ada ini cara tes di luar ini. Oke lain 50 itu 40% biar tambah enggak sama tuh HP nyoba HP kontrak terus lah jangan sedih kayaknya sih baru ya kena ada benda yang dapat di depan. Kenapa ada musuh di depan? Ada musuh di depan. Jadi itu musuh ya gitu biasa. Oke. Kalau sesuatu apa? Di depan. Oh benar itu. Oh. Kalau misalkan buat ini. Nanti kalau udah longgar itu parpol request bisa pak parpol request jangan boleh
Oh, it's revealed by hi. Steady as stone. Yeah. Midnight Phantasmagoria! Go! Just like we rehearsed!
Ini pria semua pun kayaknya iya deh buahnya deh kalau ini ganti iya mah mbak energi Richard tag mau pakai cara pengen banget tag Tama itu di up level berapa bang? Hah? Tama itu di up level berapa? Gimana sih? Sampai level berapa atau udah level berapa? Kalau dikenalkan itu semua karakter mereka aja kali ya? Level berapa? Oh,
whenever you need me, I'll be there.
Dengan aku ini saya sekarang lagi
I'll catch up.
tadi soal monster dah lihat monster nih oh bisa oke masih ini dulu ini apa ini apa masih mengalami oh apa Break abraset ya apa main kayak gimana kali ya Lihat aja deh. Oh, oke.
Care for a different target
Kayak
practice.
apa ya? Kayak HS kan nggak sih? Game kayak HS kan nggak sih? Jadi harus diserang dulu baru ke trigger.
Shadow Ray. Hi.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Oke. Oh. Ini ganti yang beda kali ya. Bagus sudah oke semua sih. Ya kan? Klik nah, gitu deh. Klik terus UM tag kalkulator 30%, persennya 2%. Nah kan? Iya. Dulu itu kalinya bisa diganti ke udah. Oke. Satu lagi. Riding sih. Lagi riding. Oh, kokoh gitu. Sebenarnya enggak sih. Oh, kopi boleh sih. Iya. Kopi dulu kali. Ya, kopi dulu. Di sini aku bisa ngomong apa? Udah. Saya ngomong kali. Kopi ganti ke Noel. Langsung bos kan?
By royal committed to memory, sharing my knowledge.
Our bond is strong.
Process of elimination. Well now. As you wish.
Grow, grow, grow. Make yourselves at home.
Stand with me.
Oke. Udah pas gitu sih, udah enak. Rasanya kali mana ya? Itu ya. Kan pasti arkon semua. Senjata. Enggak, kemarin kan Jumat ya. Iya. Udah. Enggak. apa ya, sakit ngeles sehari kalau apa sangat tidak sedang dari cake atau itu kapannya suami itu. Nah, kalau harga film harga sekarang itu berapa deh film? Bisa dihapus aja kali ya. Ada yang gitu Masih udah kemarin aku materialnya apa deh? Oh ini apa namanya sih? Saudara di Red Horn sama kayak Haran alami hari ini ya udah deh udah doang deh yang sebetulnya. Iya berarti family ingin yang dua kali beli.
My family makes ornate umbrellas that block neither rain.
This is long overdue.
Stabilize.
Hey! The Temple of Wisdom! Look alive! Ha!
Udah.
Access denied.
Solidify.
Yeah. this.
Stabilize.
Everyone hold hands.
Let's get it on! Hi!
Gather.
Meledak dong. Sip. Ini cukup lah. Terus dapat lagi. Kayaknya cukup deh. Ya, berarti dibuat konten aja deh. Atau ada karakter yang ingin kita buat lagi kali ya. Ini nggak ada dong karakter yang cool. Prediksi apa lagi ya? Pokoknya udah atau ya kan udah. Kayak aja kali ya. Habis ya ya kak.
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
Kayak kalah yang hitam Pariran ya, gak sempet nih kejar nih. Coba deh, pergi payak aja deh. Payak kak. Rasanya nggak tahu mau dibuat apa lagi. Kayak apa ya artwork dulu? Ini tamatin artwork dulu. Ya, tamatin artwork dulu. Tamatin artwork. Masih lama sih 18 hari. Ini bos, bisa deh, tidak bisa.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
matiin klik format pesan salah ada ini untuk pesan masuk masuk tahu ya cek berguna ini ya banyak ya grup apalagi itu color apa sih? Kok biru doang kayak tadi karena putih dokter itu biru tarik ngembak kan ntar nanti aku harus manual ntar itu nah Bercanda itu kenapa? Oh, berarti 270 ya? Ya 70 pas yang transformnya hitam aja Ada antara isinya itu. Wah, ini. Kurang ke atas nih. Kurang ke bawahan, asam.
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever.
Kalian ngapain? Oh, berhenti. Oke, katanya harus confess kan? Harus confessnya cuma carryboard doang. Carryboard. Oh, ini carryboard doang. Ada dia kan, lupa. Tiba-tiba malam.
Huh? Wait, you're that blonde traveler.
Who's asking?
You bet I did. He was a craft.
Well, we so What?
Yeah, exactly. Really, he got me good. I count my. Of course.
Come on.
Oke, ya.
Hiya, huh?
Itu jawab
So
banget nih.
he's here in Sumeru. From what you... Or maybe... if the letter says...
Carryboard dimulai. Kita taruh di bagian 6 sih. jam 4 sore. Empat jam dong, anjir.
Kaya shimmy at Jafar tap.
I'll have something I haven't tried yet, boss.
Sorry, sir. I'm afraid you've already tried every type of liquor we serve.
Oh? Well then, just the bill, please. It's just as well, I suppose. I do have other matters to attend to.
Main game apa bang? Kalau nggak Valorant,
Hey, Paimon, traveler. Looks like the gods smile upon me after all. And come now, I wouldn't joke about wanting to see my good friends.
Ntar aku lupa. Kayak cuma itu doang. Iya. Yang paling sering, nggak paling sering sih. Lebih dominan. Ya, mostly. Itulah. Tapi kalau yang paling sering cuma dua itu sih, Valorant sama GENSHIN. Seperti itu udah jarang, udah tamat bang.
Wait a second. You must be here on official business, right?
Not at all. The acting Grand Master positively terrifies me. Why would I ever do anything that might displease her?
Lancar kah? Ya, sejauh ini masih lancar sih.
The truth is, I'm in Sumeru to learn about the alcohol industry here.
Yeah.
So despite how it might look, I'm actually at Jafar Tavern for strictly business purposes. Sumeru's spices are famous the world over, and that's why the Knights sent me, their foremost expert in alcoholic beverages.
And how did that go?
So far, so good. I'm already in talks with some spice merchants in Port Ormos about some potential collaboration.
Yeah, that does sound like a great business opportunity. Guess Don Winery and Master D-Luke are gonna make a tidy sum from this one too, huh?
Well, let's not get...
Hey! Using your job to settle personal grievances isn't very knightly, Captain!
Oh? What makes you very sharp of you? I wouldn't say I'm familiar with...
And?
Do I have to? When I said we could talk about the... Well, all right. I overheard I'm sure you'll agree that everyone's curious about their roots. And so But it wasn't long before... It was a short-lived adventure. Honestly, not much. The only reason I knew that Conria was near Sumeru is because I happened to read that in a book when my life had less and less to do with Conria as I used to believe that. But then I began to... As well as ensure... This is obviously all speculation. Simply put, these days...
One death afternoon, please, boss. Tell me, what do you know?
Dainsleif?
Ah, you've decided to...
So you remember me. Then we are already acquainted.
Huh?
What?
I take it that you weren't aware of this and...
Oh my. That's quite a lot of baggage for a surname, isn't it?
I'm surprised that you take...
Well, perhaps what you're a pure-blood Conrian, aren't you?
Very clever. Forgive me for being
Kaya?
Hey, hold on now. So what if I know my ancestors? Relax. I'll be just as delighted to hunt down the... Either way. See you around. And Dainsleif, no need to listen in from the sidelines next time we meet. Let me buy you a drink.
You don't really try.
The fact is, but can a person truly be unaffected by their answer? Well,
Oh, so if he was the founder.
I mean to
Yeah, the Abyss ordered.
Not new. Not exactly. Your brother. He mentioned the Loom of Fate back when we traveled together. Apparently.
So.
Correct.
Well?
No. No, I'm still waiting.
Serious?
Ini mah di atas nih. Ntar cuy. Cuy.
Wait. This place, it's...
What about it? It looks pretty normal to Paimon.
Yes. The forest has barely changed from how I remember it. Let's search the area and see what we can find.
Is this a field? It must belong to whoever owned, but it looks like it's been abandoned. It's an extinguished bonfire. Forest rangers, perhaps? Looks like it's been ages since it was last lit. And clearly they put it out carefully to prevent...
Nothing else stands out in this area.
Wait!
Unlikely. There are no signs of life in this...
If... Huh. So there really isn't... There's a box over here. Why don't we open it? And by we, Paimon means you. Paimon's just scared that whatever's inside might... Huh? It's broken too. Was this a makeup box? Hey, look!
Can't you smell it?
Bentar biar Rio balista ya. Makam cuy. Kontennya sih.
This bed looks pretty what sort of person would want to live? Doesn't look like there's anything else worth their attention here. You sure we're in the right place, Dane?
Hah, maksudnya nggak muncul.
My memories are quite foggy, but my subconscious and instincts both assert that something once happened here. But we'll exhaust ourselves if we search aimlessly. I hear noises outside. Let's go and check.
Noises? Is it?
It's not much.
Take it easy.
Monsters? Wow, Dave's ears are sharp, just like his nose. He's in surprisingly good shape for a 500-year-old. Although for someone who's as full of surprises as Dane, it's hardly a big deal. Anyway, let's beat up these monsters!
I doubt that the appearance a ley line. Okay.
What?
Your suspicions are as not to mention that.
Good thing there's a box.
I won't hold you back.
Bentar lagi masuk ke dunia mimpi.
Your cooking is as good as ever. Even if there was no other reason, the food alone would be enough for Paimon to stick with you. Changing the subject.
Pokoknya jadi
It's taking forever.
Eta tadi ya.
We came together, but now it's back to just being the two of us again. You know, now that Paimon, so don't take this the wrong way or anything. Okay, fine. Paimon should have known you weren't gonna say anything nice. So, next question. Don't know if it's okay to ask this, but Paimon's curious. What was it like traveling with your brother? The stars? Wow. Yeah, Paimon understands. Being separated without even knowing the reason why. It's just like, we'll find the truth together. Sure as Paimon's your guide. Just you wait, heavenly principles. And you too, Teyvat. You know what? We've talked too long about this sad stuff. Alright. It's getting dark, so why don't you rest? Oh, come on. Don't say that. Paimon just wants to look after... Nighty-night.
Nah, sini. Aku jadi pelvin sih kita.
Hey, time to wake up. The sun has risen. What a deep sleeper. You do know that we need to... Tear stains. You dreamed of... All right. Rest here a bit longer then.
Dia nggak nulis sih Paimon. Udah. Malam penuh bintang. Bentar apa sih? Kata-kata. Itu kemana? Itu ke atas.
Adventure time!
Halt! What do you think you're doing? This place is not whatever you think it is, nor should you. Your travel companion. You mean the one that your companion departed for the forest? What business is that of yours? Do I make myself quite clear? Leave. Well, what are you waiting for? Still, I'm warning you, no funny business. Promise? Okay, fine. Whatever. Just move us. You... But no overreacting to anything you see in here, okay? Come on, then.
Terusnya cocok sih buat telfanya ini. Kalau saya agak kurang. Kalau ini benar-benar cocok.
Mind your... How could he be? So don't you lay a finger on him. Just... You... No, Conria. Who are you? Exactly? Do you worship a god, traveler? Sounds like you've had an eventful life. And all who place faith in the gods are... This... The curse. We lost all we can do is watch helplessly. Because... when the cat... But... Those whose... He is Kari Bear. My... illegitimate son. Kari Bear. After all, I always owed him much. She was. And now, if nothing else... Yeah. Over here. I'm sure you're wondering why I brought Karibear here to Sumeru. Well, it's because he needs a medicine, one which will help him to recover his clarity of mind. I do not, but it is said, I believe that it might... In my youth, the gods have already punished us. What does one more... Never mind. As it happens, my hands don't... Okay. Also, do you have any, of Sumeru's regional specialty? Oh, what? This is... Is it... Well, the moment has finally arrived. Curses. No! I said before that this medicine relies on the power of the God of Wisdom for its restore... Which means... we must pay a visit to a statue of the Seven. Let's go.
we go. Adventure time.
Look at this statue. How can I bow before this thing? God of wisdom, look at me. You, God of my son. If everything, oh, please, God. I have made quite enough.
Gak penasaran sih. Tadi dulu kali ya. Ini kan kejadiannya 500 tahun lalu kan. Dari sama dulu bang. Sekarang berapa? Jam 4 belum maghrib. Gak bisa kan. Apa yang terlempar? Marahnya kita. Habis keluar sih. Kayak rumah Hilda gitu.
Cory Bear? Well, we've... Cory Bear, it's me. It's your father. Cory Bear, Cory Bear. I'm sorry I couldn't be at you, but I'm here now. Are you still angry with me, Cory? I know. I'm so sorry, Cory Bear. Forgive me. Please. Please. Oh, gods above. I'd give you... The gods of this world have never stood with humanity, not even for a moment. You give up, even if I must stay here. The most crucial ingredient in this medicine is the... The details don't matter, right? Curb your curiosity and just do as I instruct. If you there is a what, I'll be here watching Cory Bear. Once you're back,
bang, aku punya HP aja kagak bang.
For the mushrooms. Good.
Jalan kayak gini.
You're back. Cory Bear's condition is stable. By which I mean he still isn't responding. Anyway, Give me the water. I need you to stand guard here for a while. Whatever you do, don't let any forest rangers approach the house. Understand? Ah, good. I'll be back soon. The fertilizer won't take but a moment to make. I will have order. Stabilize.
Let's light it up! Illusion shattered. Quietly now.
What happened? Was it monsters? Oh, thank goodness you were here. I couldn't have taken them on all by myself. I'd have to hide and wait until they were gone. Oh, yes, I've got the fertilizer. The effects can take some time to kick in, so let's get on with it. Next, we pick the mushrooms and repeat the same steps as before to make another dose. I trust you still remember the method.
Baru 10.000. Tapi harusnya udah cukup sih, udah dapat subsidi.
Adventure time.
Oh, sorry. I just, after resting in this field for a while, my thoughts began to wander. I have been so very wary for many years. If only I could fall asleep here in this field and never wake up again.
Bos nyata itu, ya.
I do indeed. That's why it was just a fleeting thought. Thank you for your help once again. And now, for the final step, back to the statue of the Seven.
Semoga lo PT udah pulang, Bang. Amin.
Benny's adventure team, assemble! Off we go!
Kalau kamu baca apa? Next banner atau Kazuha ya? Kazuha punya kan? Terus apa dong?
Oh, ow!
We're here. Let's begin. Wait a moment. Hey, what was that? Cory Bear! Oh no, he must have left while we were too busy preparing the medicine to notice. Come on, we have to catch up with him.
ini udah harusnya
Oh, ow!
Misalnya kalau nyoba-nyoba nggak pingin kan dapet koin gitu. Iya sih, membalik pasti kayak gitu sih. Kalau nggak pengen tapi mikir deh.
That's not Coribert. Right. Coribert's scarf was a gift I once gave to his... My eyes must... Yes. Did it go in here?
Dokumen. Mana ya?
What a ghastly place. Has it always existed? I swear I've never noticed it before. Huh. It looks like they're, worshipping. Sometimes walking, sometimes kneeling in worship, and it appears to be in earnest. I've never seen anything like this in all my life. What in the world does this place conceal? Oh, there's only one way to find out.
There is no escape. Let's light it up. Gotcha. Busted.
Rasional aja kali. Jangan banget. Takut ngelawan Vero.
Take it easy.
Is this a teleportation device? What energy?
Shine down.
Nice and spicy.
Gotcha. Quietly now. Take it easy.
Oke, ini untuk atas gagal ini sih.
Take it easy. Busted. Illusion shattered. Huh?
Eat this.
Dan kembang.
Quietly now.
Oh. Biar ya portal ini.
How did I get on the ceiling? Did the room turn upside down, or gravity itself?
Cuy, ada sesuatu yang harus gue lakukan. Balas dulu.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
Itu history, oke. History.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
Buset dah. Explorerku nggak responding. Copy statement nggak ada. Oh, bentar. Microsoft itu harus buka. Nice.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
Lanjut.
Seems like I need to find a place to insert the rune.
salah atau benar. Yap, pelanggaran.
Halt, humans! Fate has not granted you the right to... Do you insist on an audience? Very well. And I grant you the trust.
Gotcha. Game's up. Fun's over. Quietly now. No! Everybody stand back!
Hey,
Busted. Let's lock.
Who was that? He was a perfect. He had the most wondrous aura. And yet, you were able to defeat him. Oh, your strength is greater than I. Let's continue on.
Adventure time. Adventure time.
I think we've...
Bentar juga.
Oh, dear creature. Why do you bow down? For fear of the unknown? Oh, dear creature. Why do you bow down? You are like a fly. You need no... Go forth, and I shall show... When I saw that thing, I feel good. In fact, I feel, it... Caribert! Oh, thank goodness! He's still okay! For this to happen, you say that I bowed before that thing. Cory Bear.
Papa?
Cory Bear! Oh! You see? Mama is... Cory Bear, look at me. Do you know...
Of course.
How do you...
Yes. It feels like... my body! Papa!
Don't panic, son. It's just... There's no more Conry, in this world...
Am I...
No, of course not. Look, Cory Bear, you still have Mama's scar... Yes. Oh, never... Understand? Whatever happens, you mustn't take it off.
Okay, Papa.
Not since that day have I been, once a but the God we that, piety is hardly my area of expert. A sinner? Oh, don't be upset. You and I, no matter, I am going to pay my respects with or without you.
Do you live in the fairy tale world as well? My name's...
Off we go! Take it easy.
Okay.
Things are about to get dicey. Huh?
Order guide you.
Ya,
Quietly now. Gotcha. Shine down.
hilang.
No. Impossible. What happened? The Hilichurl worshippers have disappeared too. Was it all an illusion? That's true. Yes, it was neither illusion nor... Let's go, traveler. There is surely a reason for its disappearance, and I do believe that someday in the future we shall... Could he really have been a sinner? Cory Bear? Where has he gone?
Waduh. Waduh.
Oh, no. Maybe someone else came by and... No, it can't have been that. There's no sign of a break-in and no sign of anyone having been here. This does not bode well. What if he's spotted by a forest ranger or an adventurer? Wait a minute. This is... Oh, no. The mirror, it's broken! He must have taken his mask off and seen... If he'd just done as he was told! We have to find him. It's his scarf. He dropped it. Looks like we're going the right way. Come on. Caribert! Caribert! Where are you? Curses! Forest rangers.
Hey! Who are you? We haven't seen you around here before. What's your business here?
Have you seen a hilly churl? A hilly churl should have...
I asked you first. Don't make this more difficult than it needs.
I said, have you seen?
Hey, whoa. There are hilly churls everywhere. What's the big deal? We see plenty of them.
Exactly. Matter of fact, we just took out a few of them back there.
You forest ranger scum! You spawn of the seven, or I'll...
You're raving mad! You've got some...
Curse you all, forest rangers!
I don't get it. Why make such a huge fuss over a few hilly...
He'd only just regained his mind, so tell me.
Jeez. You're really not gonna let this... I was frightened at first, but it didn't seem to have any interest in me.
Wait, you're leaving? Not even a...
Caribert! Caribert, stop! Whatever you saw, it was all a trick. I told you, we're in... Caribert? How could this happen? Come, Caribert, we...
Papa?
Caribert?
Papa, I can't take it.
Please, Caribert, it's my fault. I'm so sorry. If only I'd known.
It's all too much. Papa!
I finally... Ah, traveler. Wait, no. Why am I still calling you traveler? Oh, I have known your true identity for some time. I suspected it would... Oh, of course you haven't. With your... In any case, I've been using a fake name this entire... My real name is Clotar Alberic. You saw it too, didn't you? unmistakable. The power inside Caribert and the power of the one you call a sinner. Yeah, I am positive now. It's the power of the abyss, isn't it? Oh, at long last, I have seen it with my own eyes. That is no business of yours. A sinner. Yes. Salvation for a sinner. Caribert did not deserve his fate, but now... it's wonderful. Born into abject sorrow, he shall now become the loom of fate. Huh? Sinister. Dangerous. Oh, I never imagined that you, of all people, would deny the abyss. We once believed that you would bring new strength and hope to Conria. To us, you were the abyss. A wondrous, and the one who controls the abyss can control everything. We yearned for that future. We looked to you to take us there. But what did you bring us instead? Oh, Prince of Conria.
Prince of Conria. Ini sebenarnya cocok sih profilnya si momen harusnya. Pas dia.
What did he just call me?
Kalau misalkan dia manggilnya apa? The Princess of Conria lebih cocok lagi nih. Profilnya benar-benar dapat. Plotnya benar-benar dapat.
Traveler!
You're awake! Oh, thank goodness you're awake! Paimon was worried sick! Traveler?
What happened while you were unconscious? I checked the ley lines nearby. It appears that the abyss tampered with them, and they've been in turmoil ever since. Information and memories flow within the ley lines. You mean Clotar Alberich? After founding the Abyss Order, his faith in the Abyss led him to do a great... But the curse of immortality continued to torment. After 100 years, he lost his mind completely, yet his dark legacy lived on. The defiled statue that we encountered previously was just one perverse product of his use of... You could say that. He wouldn't be the Abyss Order's prince otherwise.
Are you alright? You have a troubled look on your face. What happened?
So you saw his memories from centuries ago, through your own eyes. It all but defies belief. Still, as I'd suspected, the notion of the loom of fate did indeed rear its head during that time. And it seems closely connected to Clotar Alberich's son, Caribert, and what happened to him. And yet your brother never breathed a word of this incident to me. I wonder, was that the moment that he decided to go down this path? Indeed. Clearly this series... What is it?
The field? What?
You mean here? Well, let's start digging and...
You scared the Duke out of Paimon! Did you rebury them yet?
A male and female skeleton, buried together. Interestingly, the male skeleton appears to have been interred much later. And it's holding a silk scarf in its hand. But what does this mean? And how did you know that there were bodies buried here? What? That's impossible. Unless Clotar Alberich finally found a way to rid himself of the curse. This all raises far too many questions. I need time. We should part.
Huh? You're just gonna...
It's better that we split up for now.
Who's he?
Yes. I have my suspicion if the time is right.
But what do you mean that he saw the traveler? How is that possible?
I fear that while these...
What? Why? What?
All right, let's leave it there. Get some rest.
There goes Dane. And just like that. What is it? Huh?
Go. Nggak ada kesarkan lagi kan? Ya, ada. Nah, balik lagi ke akun utama. Ya cuma itu doang kan, ya itu quest doang, that's it. Udah kelar cuy. Ya apa nggak usah pakai background kali.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Today's recommendation, the neighboring nation of Kalo has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet. It's been getting quite busy recently.
Okay.
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth, and those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
Nggak pakai background.
It's been getting quite busy recently. In all of Tibet.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
Welcome. How can I help you? It's been getting quite busy recently.
Osmanthus wine tastes...
Alhaitham isn't in, so feel free to sit wherever. I'll bring out the box. Oh, nothing. I just didn't realize how much time had passed. The box is pretty dusty, which means it's already been a while since I've moved into this place. And many years since my mother moved to Fontaine. I'm happy for her. I hope she'll be able to find happiness there. She raised me all by herself after my father passed away. It definitely wasn't easy for her. Anyway, enough about that. Let's see what I packed into this box. What are all these things? Oh, I remember now. This is a drawing I made in Port Ormos. Obviously, I wouldn't call it anything special now, but I was less than 5 years old when I made this drawing. That's more than 20 years ago. You could say it's pretty good for a child of that age. Now that I've said that out loud, I suppose I do have some level of artistic talent, right? Criticism and self-doubt have always been a part of the artistic process. Without criticism, there can be no improvement. It's normal for me to question my abilities from time to time. I admit that I may have spent a little too long questioning myself this time around, but as you know, the heart tends to dwell on whatever it pleases. Anyway, never mind. The more I talk about it, the less confident I feel. Let's see what else we have in the box. Ah, my building blocks! It's been years since I've last seen these. When I was a kid, I used to stack them super high, and could even stabilize the tower to keep it from tumbling over. Oh, and this blueprint. I made it by copying my mother's sketch, and the aspect ratio was horrendous. It's still technically the first blueprint I made myself, though. I was super proud of myself when I finished it, and put it in the same pile as my mother's sketches, hoping she'd notice and compliment me for my good work. Unfortunately, my mother didn't realize that I had put it there. When she had a meeting with a client the next day, she handed my blueprint to him by mistake. The client was completely confused by this new blueprint, but apparently he felt too tongue-tied to question such a famous architect. It was only a few days later that he finally gathered up the courage to pay my mother a visit. He asked, "The door in this blueprint is even taller than the roof. Is this supposed to be part of the design?" My mother took me with her to personally apologize to the client several times. She didn't scold me about it in private, though. Instead, she went over all the steps required to draw a good blueprint, and was very patient throughout the whole process. I still remember it like it was yesterday. Let's see, is there anything else left in this box? What was this again? Ah, this is my mother's notebook. She used to write and sketch in it all the time. When I was a child, I used to be super fascinated by this notebook, and always pestered my mother to let me read it. After asking her a few times, she told me that I could read it as long as I could guess the password. Wonder why she didn't take this notebook with her. Did she leave it to me on purpose? If only I could. I never managed to guess the password. Hey, it's not a matter of time, it's a matter of inspiration. That's what we need to guess the password. Who knows? Maybe this time something will click in my head, and the answer will just present itself. Let me think. What could it be? I could tell what you were thinking. Don't worry, I tried all the easy guesses a long time ago. I've tried my name, my father's name, my mother's name, my grandparents' names on both sides, and all of our birthdays. I've tried every name and number remotely related to my family. I've even tried stuff like Love You Kave, Take Care, and Yours Truly. I've tried tried every cheesy phrase and well-wish in the book, but this lock has refused to budge. I wouldn't try that route again. I have a hunch that it won't be that simple. Also, if she really did use something like that, she'd never hear the end of it from the folks over at Haravatat if they ever found out. So we could find someone who was close to my mother and see if they might know anything? I see what you're saying, but who should we talk to for that? My mother was never really the one to be social. My father was the one with more friends, but all those connections were severed when he died. Let me think. Is there still someone at the academia who would know my mother? Ah, actually, there is someone. Professor Zaha Hadi. Huh, you've never really heard of her? She's a famous Gasharwar scholar and leading expert in formal garden design. My mother studied under her as a student many years ago. Professor Zaha Hadi published many works during her career, so I was able to learn a lot by studying her essays. If there's anyone who still remembers my mom, it'd be her. She's older now and is no longer teaching at the academia. But if I remember correctly, she spends most of her time around the Bimarstan area. Let's go take a look. We might run into her if we're lucky.
What am I supposed to do now? Forget it. I'll just head back.
Tainari, what are you doing here?
Oh, it's you. Good to finally see you again. I came into the city to buy some experiment reagents, hoping to bring them back with me to Gandharvaville. But as soon as I got here, I noticed someone banging on Cyrus's door. You've all heard of Cyrus, right? He's an ex-sage and Sino's adoptive father. I was thinking about going over to ask what's happening. That granny over there may appear old and frail, but her vocal cords certainly sound loud and healthy as ever.
Granny?
Yeah, she's just over there. You can go check out the situation yourselves in a moment. Kaveh, were you at the tavern?
I had a quick drink or two. Can you still smell the alcohol?
Drinking in broad daylight. Really? You want to pass out by the road and get run over by a sumpter beast like some mindless fungus, huh? And you, traveler? You didn't try to stop him? You look like a wreck, Kaveh. What happened? Are you feeling down again? You know what? I'm hosting a meal at Pardistii tomorrow evening. Do you want to come?
Huh? Oh, I had no idea. Let me think for a moment. I'll come if I can find some time.
All right. Then I'll plan on reserving 2 seats for you. I'll be heading back to Gandharvaville for now. I have a feeling that argument over there is going to continue for quite some time. It might be best if we don't get involved.
A granny who lives nearby. Let's go take a look.
Ha! So, plan on keeping yourself locked in there, huh? Fine by me. If you're not going to come out, then I'm not going to leave. My tomato was growing so well, it had all the potential to become the best tomato this year, and you cut it straight from the vine.
I already told you I had nothing to do with it. Why would I take a tomato that's still weeks from ripening? You'd have to be awfully green as an investigator to think it was me. You see, the word green here can refer to both the color of the tomato and the fact that your skills could use some.
Enough nonsense! Just come out and face me, you coward!
You're out of your mind. If I've actually done something wrong, then get a mantra and pull me out by force, why don't ya?
Oh, why you?
Professor Zahahadi?
And who are you? Oh, Kaveh. Fancy seeing you here. How long has it been? Come on, get over here and let the professor take a good look at you. Not bad, not bad. You've grown taller again.
Professor, what's going on here?
It's no big deal, really. A few of us old scholars got bored in our retirement and decided to put together a vegetable growing competition. At the end, whoever loses will have to go up on stage and do a performance for the winners. Which brings us to our current predicament. My tomato was sure to win until a certain someone decided they couldn't bear to lose.
Hey, don't try to defame me in front of the kids. If we're airing out each other's dirty laundry now, then why don't we talk about you sneaking into Janat's garden the other night?
Lucky for you, seeing these youngsters come to pay their respects today has put me in a better mood. I'll let you off the hook, for now. Come on, let's go. We'll take our conversation elsewhere. He doesn't need to be a part of it.
Yes, of course.
Is Faranak still doing well?
Yes, as far as I know. She left for Fontaine some time ago and started a new life for herself. She's still doing work related to architecture, though.
Ah, yes. I did hear about that. Did that upset you at all?
No, not at all. She's already sacrificed a lot raising me as a single mother.
That's good to hear. Your mother did struggle quite a bit those few years. It's probably a good thing that she found a new place to call home. Sometimes I wonder if things were harder for her because she was so beautiful. People were always drawn to her beauty first, only to realize she had a sensitive and vulnerable heart underneath. She was still quite young when she first joined my class as a student. Beautiful and radiant with her golden hair, yet quiet and single-minded. She seemed like a lass from some aristocratic house who was seeing the outside world for the first time. She had to make a lot of drastic changes in her life to raise you on her own. Even during her time in the academia, she was a thorough perfectionist. If she was unsatisfied with something she had made, she'd insist on redoing it, even if I was perfectly happy with it. She had many admirers, and they'd always fill up the first few rows of seats, hoping they could get closer to her sitting in the first row. If it were any of my other classes, you'd have found nobody sitting in the front. But every time I saw her, she was always in that same rigid pose. She'd have one hand on her forehead with the other clutching her pencil. Her eyebrows would be knitted in a frown as she concentrated on the blueprint in front of her.
I'm sure she had many difficult moments in her life. How did she cope with the stress?
I'm not too sure. She never talked about such things with me. She rarely opened up to other people, you know. I do remember one time, though, when she got into a heated argument with a friend. She said something I found very memorable. She said, "True art cannot be understood, but as an artist, I wish some people could understand its meaning and value." If you ask me, that's probably the greatest source of pain for geniuses of their craft. It's extremely hard for them to find someone who can truly understand their ideas.
So that's how it is. I wonder if the password could be... I tried both just now. Seems those aren't it either.
What are you trying to do?
My mother left her notebook to me, but it has a password and I haven't figured out what it is yet. I'm trying to learn more about her so I'd have a better chance at cracking the code. Thank you for all that you told us.
It's the least I can do. Talking to youngsters like yourself makes me feel younger too. Honestly, looking at you now, I can see how much you resemble her. It's almost as if she's standing right in front of me again. Your personalities are quite alike too. You're both stubborn and both a little awkward. Of course, I'm sure the similarities are mostly superficial. But so long as you continue to harbor those traits, you'll find a lot of difficulties in your work. I've taught a lot of students over my career, and in my experience, very few genius architects of Ksharawar ever found happiness for themselves. They would know exactly what they want to express and fight for it tooth and nail, which inevitably led to arguments with their clients. Some clients would choose to respect the architect's vision or just let the argument go because of the architect's reputation, but those are the rare ones. When Farnak first graduated, she was getting into arguments with her clients nearly every single day. I think it only got a little better when she met your father.
I see. But could he understand the designs my mother made?
No, I think they were probably beyond him, too. But despite that, he still stayed next to her, listening to her joys and sharing in her sorrows. Farnak had many admirers, but she ended up choosing your father. His support probably played a part in that decision.
So instead of understanding, perhaps all we need is just companionship. Huh. It worked.
Oh, was that the right password?
Yes!
Then you should be on your way, child. Find a quiet place and see what she wanted to say to you. Being the awkward person that she is, I suppose there were many things that Farnak could never say out loud. Instead, she probably left them in her diary, hoping that they would make their way to you one day. If you're ever in a mood to chat again, just come and find me here. You're always welcome to discuss architecture topics with me as well.
Thank you so much, Professor.
There's no need to be so formal. I'll let you kids go. It's time for me to take another stroll around the vegetable garden.
I wonder what my mother could have written about.
They all say Zaha Hadid's class is the toughest, but I think it's actually not too bad. On the other hand, though, structural mechanics is definitely a pain, no matter how you try to approach it. I doubled down and managed to get through it in the end. I met someone special. At first, I didn't think much of him, but now, I feel very happy whenever I get to spend time with him. We decided to name our son Kaveh. I don't think a younger me would have ever imagined forming such an intimate bond with another person. Back then, I lived only in the shadow of myself, as well as that of the dream in my heart. The bad news came. And even though it's been several days now, I still can't bring myself to come to terms with what happened. My eyes are so swollen it's hard to see. What if they're all lying to me? And this is just a long, cruel dream. But I have to face reality. I still have someone to take care of. No matter what happens, I'll do my best to raise my son on my own.
Huh? Is this a drawing? Seems like it was done by my mother. This blonde man was probably my father. But who are the other people in the picture? Why do a few of them look somewhat familiar? From the dates in the notebook, she probably drew this more than 30 years ago. I hadn't even been born yet. Maybe we were thinking too much. Oh, there are a few lines written in the diary about this as well.
The one who invited us to the gathering is a talkative woman. Including us, 3 couples showed up. There was also a person who came alone. The talkative woman introduced everyone to each other. She spoke really quickly, so I couldn't quite catch everything she said. But I also didn't feel like asking her to repeat herself. My husband seems to be friends with the man with long ears. I couldn't really join their conversation, so I resigned myself to sitting in a corner and drawing in my notebook. I don't think I'd be able to become friends with any of these people, especially that stiff-looking couple. That man is certainly very handsome, but he would constantly alternate between disjointed and serious ways of talking. His wife is a bit more bearable. We were not acquainted with each other to begin with, and I doubt we'll see each other again after this gathering. The ambiance of this gathering is surprisingly pleasant, however. Talking to people can allow us to find some peace after a long day. Maybe my son will also partake in these gatherings in the future. I hope he'll be able to make many friends.
Who would have thought my mother used to attend that kind of thing? It seems she was only good at talking about her own work, and found it difficult to join into other conversations. As a result, she often kept to herself and would be off to the side, drawing. There's more written on the back. Oh, it seems like it was written to me.
Kaveh. I was both overjoyed and distressed when I learned of your decision to continue your studies in Kasharwar. You are very talented, and I am confident that you will become an architect of much acclaim. However, the more talented you are as an artist, the more misery and anguish you may encounter. No one will be able to help you during your journey as an artist. But outside of your life as a creator, you can learn to form connections with other people and enjoy many other things in life. It's the only way to alleviate your suffering. Whenever you feel down, seek out a friend to sit and have a chat. You can accumulate joy and fulfillment by spending time with them. The positive feelings you gain will get you through the long and difficult years. Never forget that companionship is the most important thing of all.
So that's the answer she prepared for me. She really thought long and hard about me and my future. Well, now that I've read her words, do you think I should accept Tainari's invite and attend that dinner at Pardis Di? The thought definitely crossed my mind. Although it'd be nice to get together with friends and chat the night away, I don't want to bring down other people's moods because I'm sad. Besides, don't most people hate the feeling of seeing their friends troubled and being unable to help? And what's worse, nearly all of my problems can't be easily resolved with some encouraging words or gesture. And don't forget, I'm also older than all of them. As their senior, I should appear to be a bit more responsible. You're not wrong, but I keep feeling like I haven't really helped them much in return. Wait, do you mean it? You're not making fun of me, are you? I've gotten so used to sarcasm that I can't tell what's genuinely a compliment anymore. Wait, by fun, did you mean... You know what? I'm not going to overthink it. I'll see you tomorrow at Pardis Di.
Oke cuy, mungkin aku break dulu ya karena udah maghrib juga. Kita lanjut lagi habis maghrib cuy. Oke, ini musiknya matiin dulu dan ya berabe. tes sound tes. Sorry coy, gila, habis Isya malah. Sorry banget, gila, ini grup WhatsApp ramai banget cuy. Sorry banget ya, asli. Aduh, awalnya kira sampai habis maghrib gitu kan, ternyata grup WhatsApp ramai banget cuy. Lagi ngebahas itu awalnya sesuatu yang penting. Ini azan, ini komat itu Isya. Gila, sorry banget ya semuanya yang udah nungguin. Berapa jam aja aku ini, sejaman kayaknya ada. Ya sejaman, ya sejam lebih malah. Sorry banget ya, aduh, gila, sorry banget cuy. Langsung lagi aja ya. On Sibau. Musik. Jangan lupa. Ya tadi nggak sih suaranya? Oke, yuk cuy, lanjut quest.
Nowhere to run. Surrender.
Seno.
Oh, Hatham also got my invite, right? Will he be coming to join us?
That guy? He's never been a fan of social gatherings. I wouldn't get my hopes up if I were you.
Are you sure? All right then. I guess we won't wait for him.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, maybe we should give him a little more time. We can keep chatting for a while longer.
Oh, sure.
You still haven't told me, what's the occasion for getting us together here at Pardis DI?
We're celebrating the end of the first phase of Kale's studies. I wanted to thank you all for the help you've given her along the way.
Then where's Kale?
She said she wanted to show everyone a bit of what she's learned, so she's still doing some last-minute prep at home. She'll be here shortly. Anyway, let's get started. To tell you the truth, I'm actually not so confident that the second phase will go as well as the first. The curriculum will become a lot more involved, and I'm worried that she won't be able to get through all of it. I was hoping we could brainstorm about it together before she gets here.
I knew this wouldn't be just a simple free dinner. Is that why you also invited all Hatham?
Yes, I thought it would be good if we could all put our heads together about this. Anyway, let's take a quick trip down memory lane. What did you guys do when you ran into a problem that you didn't know how to solve? Or got assigned a project that you knew you weren't going to finish on time?
Never happened to me.
I'd just pull another all-nighter.
You two are hopeless. Does anyone have a more useful answer to the question?
Ooh, that's a good point. Confidence is the most important thing. Once you lose your sense of confidence, it'll become all but impossible to find the motivation to study.
This could be a potential direction. I have already redesigned the literacy curriculum, and I was originally hoping to ask Al-Haytham for his opinion. But
it's very simple. Instead of focusing on the amount of material you would like to teach, focus on the amount the student would be able to remember.
Wow, you actually showed up. I could probably count the number of times you've actually come to gatherings like this on just one hand.
It's still more than the number of times you've managed to get a proposal approved on the first try.
as long as you're still aware. So, what made the difference this time? Are you looking to drink your sorrows away with some friends?
That's your purpose for being here, not mine. Don't project your ways of thinking onto me.
So you're saying the only reason you came is to help Tighnari with his brainstorming?
Precisely. Kale will have a long road in front of her.
Hey, just to get one thing clear. Even if Kale manages to make her way to the academia, we cannot let her enroll in her avatat. Kasharawar is obviously the best choice for her. She's been a trainee forest ranger for so long, she'll definitely be good with her hands.
What are you saying? Spontamad is the better choice. It's where I graduated from, after all.
Then what about Amorta? That's the darshan her master actually graduated from.
There are only 2 other darshans left. We might as well select all of them on her enrollment application.
I'm trying to have a serious discussion here. Traveler, you aren't associated with any of the 6 darshans. In your opinion, which darshan would be the best choice for Kale?
Well said.
Agreed. And my goal in inviting you here was to gather some thoughts on the execution of this second phase.
Phase 2 far exceeds Phase 1 in both curriculum complexity and the speed of instruction. I hope Kale has prepared herself for what is coming.
Hey, what are you thinking now? Please don't tell me you're planning on lending her those abstruse books from your home library.
Actually, I was thinking about lending her a professions guide.
I'll make sure to write, "Don't become an architect" on the front page of that. You're right. I can't deny that.
Is there another phase after Phase 2? What's the ultimate goal of all of this? Are we trying to prepare her for a job in the academia?
We don't need to think that far ahead. Hold that thought, though. I think my vegetables are done.
I'm telling you, that client had no idea what he was talking about. No matter what I did, he had something bad to say about it.
Have you considered finding another client?
They're all the same. I haven't had a good night's sleep for months now. Who do they think they are, ordering me to alter my design over and over again just because they have some mora?
It's too late now to change careers. You might as well try to find some joy in the pain. Besides, you'll be getting up in the middle of the night to make edits to your own design even when the client doesn't request it.
No! That's not true.
Cheer up, Kaveh. I'll tell you a new joke.
We'll save that for the end, Sino. You can keep it to yourself until then.
Whatever.
Oke, halo Li, welcome. Yo, makasih udah mampir.
Let's drink tonight to
Mas
our
Rimingko.
heart's content.
Kumpul-kumpul santai berkesan ini gitu, menopang muda mengubah hati. Planning kelar. Dana. Kayaknya Alif mau nge-live nih. Hampir masih lagi nge-live.
Luck can swing the results of a single game, but it's bound to run out sooner or later.
Lebih smooth ya, enak sih. Oke. Kan bener kan? Live nya orang. Ya, UI baru cuy. Udah bisa aktif katanya yang apa namanya?
Alhaitham isn't in, so feel free to sit wherever. I'll bring out the box. Oh, nothing. I just didn't realize how much time had passed. I'm happy for her. Anyway, enough about that. Let's see what I packed into this box.
Kalau misalnya udah bisa ya, kok paling balik lagi ke awal sih si rasetnya. Yang pakai chassis. Pokoknya gak keluar sih tampilannya kayak gitu.
Oh, I remember now. This is a drawing I made in Port Ormos. Obviously, I wouldn't call it anything special now, but I was less than 5 years old when I... Now that I've said that, criticism and self-doubt, I admit that I... I was super... Unfortunate. It was only a few days later that my mother took... She didn't scold... Let's see, is there anything else left in this box? When I was a child, I used to be super fascinated by this notebook. Wonder why she did... If only I could... Hey, it's not a... Who knows? Maybe this time. I could tell what you were thinking. I've tried mine. I've even tried stuff. I wouldn't try that route again. Yeah, you're right. Although I was hoping to find some words of wisdom from my mother, if I stop and think about it, her words may not be the advice that I need to hear right at this moment. Everyone's life journey is different. Traveler, you've visited many lands and met many people, so I'm sure you've run into situations where some advice wasn't exactly suitable for the situation at hand. I just got an idea though. If I want to rekindle the creative passion that I had before, instead of trying to unlock an old notebook, why don't I take a walk around the parts of town that had changed my life? What do you think? I'm glad you agree. Then let's start by taking a quick stroll around the academia.
Source of data. Stop.
Surrender. Futile. Nowhere to run. Surrender.
Of all the places in the academia, I remember this one most. When my studies got busy, I used to pull all-nighters here trying to finish my blueprints. Who doesn't miss their time at the academia? Life was a lot simpler then, and we all had far less troubles. I created many designs that I thought were beautiful in the House of Dana. I drew whatever came to mind, since I didn't have to care about budget constraints or turning them into reality. If I had to give a reason, it'd probably be because I like the ambiance here. The Academia also had a rule that allowed scholars to annotate any physical books they came across. As a result, the books here are chock full of scholars' wisdom across many generations. Here, this is a great example. This book, History of Ancient Sumeru Architecture, contains some analysis that I did many years ago. Huh? Why is Al-Haytham's handwriting also in here? When did he ever read this book? I guess it's probably from when we worked on that research project together. Anyway, he probably never cared to tell you this, but the House of Dana is where Al-Haytham and I first met. I came here to do my homework, and saw him sitting by himself next to that row of bookshelves. A group of Haravatat scholars were chatting near him, but he looked as if he was too lazy to join them. There was a pretty stark difference between him and all the rest of them. It was my fault for feeling bad for him. I thought he must have gotten into some kind of trouble and went over to ask if he needed anything, not realizing that...
Not realizing that you were in fact the one in a whole heap of trouble?
Al-Haytham.
Al-Haytham? Why are you here?
The House of Dana is a public space. Anyone can come here, no?
But shouldn't you be at the records room at this hour? You're not here to watch me make a fool of myself, are you?
You think I would derive amusement from watching you fall into depression over your life's various troubles? If that's the case, then I suppose I must have been entertaining myself for years. I came here to pick up a few files. If your voice hadn't managed to get through my soundproof earpieces, I probably wouldn't have noticed you.
All right, I admit I was probably overreacting just now. Probably not when he's right here with us. As his senior, I shouldn't try to tarnish his reputation.
There was nothing embarrassing or shameful about it. When I was still a student at the Academia, I once collaborated with Kaveh on a research project. A collaboration is usually beneficial for all parties, but due to issues with our personalities, we ended up going our separate ways before completing the project. We had a number of differences, and they remain unresolved even today. But there's no point going into that right now. The more important question is, why are you at the House of Dana?
As a senior scholar, isn't it my responsibility to offer my friend a quick tour and explanation of the Academia's architecture?
I see. Then let me guess. Your next stop will be the pavilions around Razan Garden? Our famed architect sure loves showing off that corner to all his friends. Oh, and Kaveh, a lot of the books you annotated have been moved to the innermost section of that bookshelf over there. You'll have to dig them out yourself if you need to find them.
Huh? But why would you know that? Don't tell me you finally had an epiphany and realized that there's great virtue in respecting your elders' work.
Sure, if that will give you some self-confidence. Leave any words of thanks you may have to the ex-Grand Conservator. The last time he was here, he was complaining that he had received reports from current students. The main grievance being that the annotations are too long and difficult to read. As a result, The books you annotated have been moved to the back shelves.
What? But all of my annotations were extremely important. Instead of reporting me, they should have been thanking me for my service. The notes that I took, they couldn't have asked for a better analysis of those books. Okay, just you wait. I'm going to fix this right now. I'll dig all the books out and return them to the proper shelves.
Oh, we'll wait.
Kayaknya aku baru nyadar nih kalau si teksnya tuh Streamlab.
Anyway, you were about to say he's feeling a bit down? Put through the ringer. What an interesting phrase. I assume he used those exact words himself? He probably did suffer quite a bit, that's true. He always spends a lot of time editing his proposals, with the goal of satisfying as many of the client's preferences as possible. But the satisfaction of one client will not translate to general satisfaction with his work. Many problems in life can only be solved by a fundamental change of attitude. As the leading genius of Ksharawar, Kaveh should have both the right and the confidence to reject any unreasonable demands. There are plenty of architects in Sumeru who are inferior to him in skill, yet far more irascible in temperament. What's more, there are plenty of people who look up to such individuals as paragons of staying true to one's principles. Clearly, his predicament is inevitable, since he holds other people's feelings as more important than his own. Of course, each person is different, and we should respect the paths that they have chosen for themselves. Admonitions will serve no purpose. People tend to succumb to familiar pitfalls, and this is especially true for those who believe it's their duty to carry more burdens on their shoulders.
Looks like you were having an enjoyable chat while I was gone. Were you talking about me by any chance?
What do you think?
What else is there to talk about? Surely no one would be interested in talking about the files that you were browsing through earlier. Anyway, you should take a look at this. Look at this comment on page 82. Dear Kaveh, thank you so much for annotating this book in such detail. It was a great help to me. See that? Now that's how a student should treat their seniors.
And it looks like you're already in a much better mood now. It really doesn't take much to make you happy, huh?
Me happy? I'm mocking that retired blockhead for being so full of himself. He understands nothing about the true beauty of architecture. When I can find some time, I'll have a serious talk with him about making sure these books are put where they belong.
Why don't you just move all the books yourself? It's not like he hasn't cursed you out before. What was that nickname he gave you while you were in the academia? The Urchin of Ksharawar? Kaveh had a habit of scribbling and writing in all kinds of books.
Hey! You didn't need to bring that up. At least not when I'm still standing here. Oh, actually, I also found a really old sketch in one of the books over there. See? Doesn't it remind you of something? Huh? Don't tell me even you don't get it.
Don't ask me. This is the time you specifically put aside to brag about yourself. Feel free to hoard all the spotlight you want.
You... In that case, allow me to explain. Although this sketch is a little abstract, you can plainly see from the road plans that this was an original concept for the expansion of Port Ormos.
We can also plainly see that the designer was a huge fan of this project. It's the project he loves to talk about the most, second to the Palace of Alcazarzaray.
If I don't keep bringing up the neat projects that I've done, how would anyone know that I was the one who did them in the first place? There shouldn't be any complaints about Port Ormos. If I remember correctly, the construction process was very smooth, everything was made ready ahead of time, and there were very few safety concerns.
There are indeed no records of any complaints about this project. A most impressive achievement.
See? What did I tell you? Come on, let's take a stroll through Port Ormos next. I'll tell you all about the designs I made for the place.
No need. It's almost time to clock out for the day, and I don't intend on bringing any unfinished work home.
Suit yourself. It's not like you know how to appreciate artistry anyway. Let's go, traveler. I'll take you to Port Ormos.
Okay, terusan.
Port Ormos. No, I didn't design any one specific building. Most of my work here concerned structural renovation. Port Ormos had already existed since I was still a young child. It wasn't as large as it is now, though. It only came to its current size after a sizable expansion. I was part of that project. The arch bridge over there, for example, that was one of my designs. When I was first tasked with the project, I decided to reference the growth patterns of nearby trees to split Port Ormos into 2 levels. My goal was to improve the overall utilization of space. We ran into a lot of issues during construction, but thankfully, we were still able to achieve the original vision. Residents can now behold all the ships entering and leaving the harbor from the vantage point of the bridge, while visitors can recognize the site of Port Ormos from a long ways away. I was still young and new to the trade back then. I could hardly believe that an idea in my head could become reality and remain in the world for many years to come. The true cornerstone of the creative process. The point about the design that will be ultimately used to judge its true worth. It was the first time that it became crystal clear in my mind. Once built, a building will continue to stand. Countless people will see it, and countless more will step inside it. Its final worth, whether it's good or bad, will be assessed by the countless generations of people that interact with the building during their lives. You think so? I'm glad to hear that. But even with this project, I still had one small regret. My budget was tight, and I was unable to use the higher quality timber I had originally intended for the design. I knew that some concessions on aesthetics would be needed as soon as I agreed to a proposal that prioritized the practical functions of the project. Us creative types know better than anyone that most projects cannot be completed without a few regrets. Even the Palace of Alcazarzaray was not perfect. Yeah, you're right. I should learn to look toward future opportunities, and believe that any regrets I have can be overcome in time. We've spent long enough here. There's still one last place I want to go, but it's a little far. Would you be interested in a quick trip to the desert? Great. Most of my projects over the last few years have had something to do with the desert, partially because there's a special place there that I often visit. This is a rare opportunity, so why don't you come along and see it for yourself? If you ever feel down, maybe you'll be able to go there and feel better too.
Buset, jauh banget. Dekat piramida yang ini kan.
Constructs could have congregated here while I was gone. We won't be able to sit and talk peacefully with these guys around. Let's clear the area.
Rain outlines your fate. Let me weave you a verse. Huh?
Committed to memory. Grow.
Scanning.
infus gak sih? Enggak ya? Oh. Berarti infusnya pas lagi multi doang.
Isn't this place great? I often come here to clear my mind when I'm dealing with a difficult situation. You know what I mean. Everyone finds themselves in frustrating situations once in a while. Just take me as an example. My family life got shaken up quite a bit when I was young. I struggled in school, and I got into a huge pile of debt building the Palace of Alcazar-Zaré. Although Al-Haytham thinks that it's because of my personality that I continue to live in the shadow of the past, I think it's also just a part of life. Plus, if I look back, I've honestly had my fair share of good luck as well. You could probably say I followed in the path of my mother. Like her, I've gained a name for myself as an architect, built something that's seen as my magnum opus, and found many projects that others have entrusted to me to finish. Life is too boring when you live with no enthusiasm and passion. Only those who believe in the inherent meaning of it can capture the small nuances of everyday life and turn them into inspiration for beautiful designs. Of course, I will concede that loving something also means taking it to heart. So to an extent, caring is also a source of pain. If I didn't love my work, I wouldn't be so torn up about it all the time. But still, isn't this place beautiful? Despite the erosion from the winds and changing seasons, you can still perceive its past beauty and glory. With different landforms come different architectural styles. The desert's history has left it with few records regarding its buildings, so I often visit the desert to investigate things in person. The site here has moved me ever since the first time I laid my eyes on it. I told myself that one day, I would also be able to create buildings that move others. My pain will one day fade into nothing, just as I reach the end of my life. But buildings are different. They are far more valuable than most materialistic things, and far more durable than human flesh. As long as there remain souls in the world who can decipher the meaning behind them, they will also have acknowledged me across the vast stream of time. If you were to ask me what art is, that would be my answer. You think so? But I feel I've always been like this. Remember that question I brought up before? The one about whether I should see art as a divine gift of inspiration from the gods, or as a product of my own existential struggle? I still haven't found an answer to that yet. But if art wasn't inherently paradoxical and enigmatic, then people probably wouldn't be drawn to it. Those who pursue art will be unable to avoid the pain that it naturally brings. We'll often be floating on cloud 9 one second and sinking in a mire the next. I'll try gathering my thoughts again once I've found a way to define art in the first place. In any case, thank you so much for listening to everything I had to say.
Beraneka cahaya bintang gitu. Oke, Reachment apa? Romantisme seorang arsitek bicara tentang masa depan dengan pasti bicara takdir. Oke, ini masih ada 3 ending lagi. Atas dulu kali ya? Gak tau deh. Endingnya kapan untuk atas ya?
Was truly the worst decision ever.
wasn't expecting to run into you here. Actually, while we're on that, what are you doing here at the tavern? Don't listen to anyone who says that drinking is an elegant pastime. It's no good for your health. So you saw that, did you? I thought I was in the clear. I made sure to double-check that nobody I knew was around. Anyway, thanks for looking out for me. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a deal. I'm used to it by now. Stress is just an inescapable part of being a working adult. Boss, I'll have a glass of wine, same as last time. Do you want something too? I'll put it on my tab.
Wine and a glass of juice coming right up.
I know you're already keeping a secret from me, but if you could add this one to the list as well, I'd really... That guy... Another glass, please, Bob.
You got it, sir.
It really is perhaps getting used to that. I would spend a lot of time altering my designs, and by the time the clients were finally satisfied, all my passion and enthusiasm would be gone. It feels like I'm straying further and further from my artistic vision with every change I have to make. I suppose, though, that just sticking to your guns and completely disregarding other people's feedback would also not be a good thing. All of this makes for a real paradox, one that particularly crops up in my work, too. In the end, what is the true meaning of art? Should I see it as a divine gift of inspiration from the gods, or an expression of the light of my own wisdom?
Here's your drink. How are you already spouting nonsense after just one glass? Your tolerance is usually much better than that.
Boss, what do you think is the meaning of art?
The meaning of art? Really, my friend, who in Sumeru understands art better than you? Anyway, I don't know about art, but I do know that I'm interested in business, and some patrons are waiting to be served. So, you'll have to excuse me for now. Just holler if you need anything.
What do you think, traveler? No worries. It was just an offhand question. It's been bothering me for a while. Even when I'm awake, the question haunts me like a bad dream. I still haven't found a good answer to it. Or maybe there was never a correct answer in the first place. Thanks for offering, but you've seen how he is. He's not going to listen to anything I say. He understands nothing about my design, and all the suggestions he made were as if he just wanted to mock me. You mean, if I managed to get him to see things my way, then this project would also gain recognition from many people? You've got a point. Let's hear him out one more time, then. Time to get going. I know where we'd be able to find the guy. There's no time to waste. The wine can wait until another time. I'll go take care of the bill.
Kaveh, what are you doing here?
I've changed my mind. I was overreacting earlier. Can we try discussing the project some more?
My apologies as well. Now that I think about it, some of my requests were indeed a bit unreasonable. If I choose you to create the design for my project, I should have a bit more faith in your vision.
Thank you for understanding. Mutual trust is the basis for good communication. Now that we've got that out of the way, I think we can have a more productive conversation. To be perfectly honest, your commission request has been the most peculiar one I've ever received. Even now, I still know nothing about the building's intended purpose. All I know is that you want to build something in the desert for public use. I am aware that overly specific requests will restrain the architect's artistic freedom. However, knowing nothing about the intended purpose of the building also means I have no idea if I'm on the right track. I've produced several draft proposals for you to choose from, and you've rejected every single one. If we don't get on the same page, it could be a decade before we can finally break ground on this project.
Yes, I've given this some thought already. I think we can go with the general direction of the latest proposal that you just showed me. It's just...
Just what?
Putting the building design aside, can we get some less expensive materials for the floor tiles? Yeah, I know someone in the business, and the red bricks he sells can go for pretty cheap. The timber here as well. We should be able to find some substitutes.
Please give me a moment. My head's starting to hurt again. Just please hold on for a second. So, let me get this straight. You want to reduce the cost of the project, right? But if we implement your suggestions, then I'm afraid we have to scrap the entire design. Architectural design cannot be neatly split into discrete parts. Any change to one part of the design will affect the quality of the whole thing. I decided to utilize high-end timber for this section because the weight-bearing structure requires the supporting materials to be durable and strong. Same with the tiles. Switch them out and the entire mural will have to be redesigned. More importantly, if we you make such a change, both its practical functionality and aesthetic value will take a great hit. If all you need is a building with a roof that can keep people dry in the rain, you shouldn't have commissioned me. Many architects would be able to build you one of those while charging far less in commission fees.
Actually, Please tell me, are you absolutely sure that there's no room for any changes in this draft of the design?
I think the most important thing for me is to understand what you would actually like to get. If you could tell me more about your vision, I might be able to work with the design some more. You are the client, after all. You should have the final say on how the project turns out.
I want to build something unique. Something quiet and warm inside. A refuge that can block out the world outside. I want all who enter this building to be able to temporarily forget everything that's going on outside of the building and just focus on their task at hand.
That's a bit more information than last time, but it's still extremely vague. To put it another way, every rich person who wants to build a mansion for themselves would request something like this. We've gone through many proposals, and this draft is already the cheapest one. Cutting costs by substituting building materials will not only detract from the overall effect of the building, it also won't save you much more in the grand scheme of things.
Thank you for giving it so much thought. Please give me some more time to mull over the budget. I'll get back to you once I've figured out a solution. I still have a few business meetings that I must attend, so I'm afraid I'll have to leave for now. You can just leave the proposal as is. I'll get in touch once I've given it some more thought.
I also have a similar feeling. Is that really okay? I mean, what he does now is none of our business. He does seem really suspicious, though. He dresses like a rich person, but when you talk to him, he hardly sounds the part. That's actually pretty common. Not all rich people are spendthrifts. Many are just, as if not more, stingy than him. The more mora some people have, the more they love interfering with people's lives. Like constantly reminding you to pay back your debts, or hinting every other day that it's time for you to pay rent. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm not even sure this person really wants to work on this project with me. Putting his vague requests aside, he's still finding excuses to procrastinate even when we've decided on a plan. Who knows how long construction will take if he keeps delaying things like this? We should find him again and get some clearer answers. The sooner we can break ground on this, the better. Huh? Where did he go? I could have sworn he went this way. Let's keep looking.
Nowhere to run!
Oh, hey, look! Isn't that Badawi? It sure looks like him, but he's dressed completely different now. What is he up to?
Didn't I tell you before? I'm not looking for more workers. Plus, aren't you a bit old for physical labor? If something happens to you, I won't be able to pay for it.
Oh, you won't have to worry about that. I grew up as an Aramite mercenary and worked in the desert my entire life. My body's still in great shape. I don't have many talents, but I still have my muscle. If you need someone to unload goods or drive away sumpter beasts, I'm your man.
You used to be an Aramite mercenary?
I know there are a lot of bad apples in our ranks, but most are just trying to make a living. We're not that greedy by nature, and we'll do our best when given a job.
Let me think. I'm I'm sorry, but I still can't take you in. I don't have any open positions right now, and don't have the Mora for anything more. How about this? Why don't you try your luck somewhere else?
Okay.
He used to be a member of the Eremites? Huh. The way he was dressed, I would have thought he was a merchant from the rainforest. Let's ask him about it. We meet again.
Huh? Why are you guys here?
That's what we wanted to ask you. Who are you? Why did you dress up like a merchant to talk to me about our project? There's no need for us to continue this project if you still want to keep hiding things from us. I don't work with individuals I can't trust.
Believe me, I didn't have any bad intentions. It's just... All right, there's no point hiding anything anymore. The building I'm trying to commission you for is not really a personal residence for me, but rather a library for children living in the desert.
A library? Funded entirely by yourself? Shouldn't this be the responsibility of the academia? I've heard that the academia will be looking to prioritize the desert with the allocation of educational resources and materials. Sent over a large shipment of regular goods just last month.
You're right. And I was aware of these happenings as well. I just figured what I want to do is a separate effort from what's already being done by the academia. The desert is too vast. Even if the academia spends a lot of effort trying to disseminate knowledge in those parts, it might still take decades, if not centuries, to reduce the educational gap that already exists between the two regions. And what's more, I don't know if the academia would ever reverse its stance in the future. All I know is that as a desert dweller, we should not wait passively for good things to happen to us. If we only did that, we'd never be able to stand up and hold our heads high. I don't have much longer left on this world, so I just want to use whatever time I have to contribute something to my homeland. I didn't want you to know that I came from the desert. I've lived in the desert my entire life, and there wasn't anyone here that I could trust. I figured I needed as much safety as I could get.
To the point that you even disguised your identity? That's certainly taking playing it safe to the next level. Hold on. Don't tell me you've also been scammed before.
When I first came to Sumeru City, I brought a lot of Mora, hoping to find an architect that I could work with. Someone agreed to take on the project, and even took a sum of Mora from me, but then disappeared without a trace. After that, I heard that there are a lot of untrustworthy people in this business. Some would run as soon as they've been paid, while others would deliberately use expensive materials and take a cut of the construction funding. I spent a while collecting information in the city, and eventually learned that you're the most famous architect in all of Sumeru. I figured that you wouldn't need to make Mora by scamming people, so I decided to reach out to you. By the way, how did you know I was scammed? I don't think I've ever mentioned that to anybody.
Just a hunch. A while ago, I accepted an offer to work on a project in the desert, and was also scammed out of a large sum of Mora. I ran into someone who was living in a pretty run-down house. I noticed a load-bearing wall on the verge of collapse, and suggested that I build a new house for him. He said that he had no way to pay for it, so I loaned him some of my own Mora, and told him to get some stone and timber from the local vendors. Soon after that, I found out that he had gone gambling with all the money, and lost everything, down to the last coin. And after that, he even borrowed Mora from me twice more, using a different excuse each time. I didn't even suspect him of any wrongdoing until he hired a group of mercenaries and tried to ambush me in his own house. According to him, I looked like an easy target because I was an academia scholar who didn't have any family or friends in the desert. What kind of person would just look at someone else and think, this guy looks like an easy target?
Those kinds of things do happen every once in a while, yes. Folks like him are the exact reason why us desert dwellers' reputation have gone down the drain. I must apologize to you on their behalf.
It's all right. You were also scammed by someone from Kasharwar, after all. I should apologize to you on their behalf. Ultimately, neither of our experiences had anything to do with the desert or the rainforest. People who are new to an area are always easy targets for criminals. Yeah, you'll find both good and bad people everywhere. I can't understand the logic of those who like to take advantage of others, but I have to accept their existence as a fact of life. Anyway, I digress. Let's return to the topic at hand. Did you keep rejecting my designs because you thought I was deliberately using expensive materials to take a cut as a middleman?
That's what I was afraid of initially, yes. I eventually understood that you weren't out to cheat me. But unfortunately, I still don't have nearly enough mora to pay for the design you proposed. I've done the math and know that we should be able to make it if we cut some corners. However, after our conversations, I can see that you're passionate about your design, and I'm quite fond of the proposal as well. So, I decided to try and see if I can afford your proposal as is. I've been looking for work every day, and in another month, I should be able to cobble together enough mora to meet the budget.
By cobble together, you mean you're going to spend your entire life savings on this project? But then, what will you do if something unexpected comes up, and you find yourself stuck with no emergency fund?
To be honest, I haven't really thought about that. I mean, when you've lived to be my age and something happens, you can't really call it unexpected anymore. All I want is to build this library before I leave this world, so that the children of the future would have some books to read, and the desert dwellers would be able to learn their letters and pick up some practical knowledge. A while ago, I heard that the academia had decided to recruit a number of exceptional children from the desert. Of course, this is welcomed news. But as someone who spent their entire life in the desert, I still have a few concerns. I know the desert life and can predict what the problems will be. Many children from the desert have had neither the interest nor the proper environment to learn. So even if the academia would take them in, once they enter the halls, they might find themselves surrounded by other children who look and act very differently from them. And as a result, they might become socially isolated.
Yes, I can imagine that. My father passed away at an early age. Even though I had a good number of friends during my years at the academia, for some time, I still sensed many critical looks in my direction. I'm sure a child coming all the way from the desert will have an even harder time. But let's bring this back to the building itself. I think you said that you want this building to be quiet and warm, with its doors serving as a solid barrier to block out the sound and fury outside, and allow one to focus on the book in their hands. Building it according to the current plan will be quite costly. Even if I don't charge you any commission fees, I don't think we'd be able to keep it under your budget. Any ideas on what we can do? Sponsor the project? You mean convince wealthy merchants to join our cause and pool their money together to build the library? That does make sense. The library is a big project. It's going to be hard to fund it with just a single person's mora. What do you think? If we can find others to sponsor the project, we could potentially increase the size of the building 2- or 3-fold.
It's all fine with me, but where do you think we'll be able to find these sponsors?
Well, you're right. If I really think about it, I'm not too familiar with many big-name merchants. hard pass. With her shrewd and greedy personality, she would never put Mora into something like this. Now there's an idea. She probably won't say no if all she'll need to do is to make some introductions instead of spending Mora. Let's go and pay her a visit.
Futile! Surrender! Futile!
Oh, now here are some unexpected guests. What brings you to the Palace of Alcazar's Ray? When I saw Kave, I almost thought it must be that time of month again. Sadly for me, I must wait a few more days before I can collect my shiny Mora.
Hey, can't you think of something else for a change? You are literally living in an objet d'art, and yet your mind is still fixated on nothing but Mora? What is the point of wealth, anyway? Is your happiness entirely dependent on your hoard of cold, emotionless Mora?
That's exactly right. Mora is extremely valuable, you see. If you don't keep your mind on it, your Mora may just find its way to somebody else's pockets. If you ask me, this place is still way too empty. Just give me some time and I'll fill it to the brim with lots and lots of Mora.
You're hopeless.
Oh, so you have an actual reason to visit me? Alright, let's hear it. Merchants? Why? Is there some kind of business opportunity? Oh, I see. So you're just looking for someone to help you fit the bill.
I knew you wouldn't be interested in something like this. Still, you wouldn't refuse just making some introductions for us, would you?
Sure, I can connect you with some folks. With every service comes a fee, you know.
A fee? You mean just for introductions?
Of course! Making introductions means using my connections and putting my reputation on the line. Why wouldn't I charge a fee for something so important? Since we've known each other for so long, though, I'll give you a huge returning customer discount. How about 500,000 Mora?
500,000? I guess that's okay. But why are you charging a fee before we've even secured any funding? That just doesn't seem right. Besides, by helping us out, you'd be doing a great service to the public. Can't you take your mind off your Mora even for just 1 second and focus on something far more important?
Very well. Since you're so passionate about this project, I'll help you out and waive the introduction fees. 3 of my business partners came by earlier today to discuss some things with me, and they still haven't left yet. I'll arrange a meeting for you, and just so we're clear, it'll be up to you to present your project and discuss any deals.
Thank you so much.
You can wait here. I'll bring them over to you.
Dory gave us a brief introduction about the two of you. You are Kave, the renowned architect, and you are are the traveler. Practically all of Teyvat has heard of you by now. To be frank, I don't feel like there's an obvious business opportunity here. But since Dory took the time to introduce you, we can spend some time to have a conversation. So, let's hear your idea.
All right, here's the situation. I've been commissioned to build a library in the desert, with the intended goal of allowing the desert dwellers to have more access to reading materials.
So it's a public welfare project?
Correct.
Then the commission fees will likely be very low. You should be careful.
I'm not too concerned about how much I'll get for the commission fees, actually. I'm fine with doing it for free. I just want to get this project rolling as soon as possible. We're just a little short on funding.
So what? You can't possibly expect that we just cover the shortfall for you. Besides, what does a library in the desert have to do with us? If you want to build it yourself with your own Mora. Seems simple enough to me.
Hey, there's no need to be so harsh. They are Dory's associates after all. Here, can you tell us a bit more about what we can gain from sponsoring this project? So we'd mostly be doing it for reputation and exposure? There is some value to that. It could make doing business in the desert a bit easier.
Well, just speaking for myself, I've got nothing in the desert.
I also have a concern. It feels like there's not much to profit from in the short term. But in the long term, the reputation gain also doesn't sound like it'd offset the cost of the sponsorship.
Then how about this? What if, instead of building a single library, we commit to an entire complex of buildings dedicated to culture and education?
Wouldn't that just cost more?
Yes, but in that case... Mr. Kave, please tell us what you have in mind.
I'll just give an example. If we were to build a library and a school near Aru Village, then the desert dwellers would gradually begin to migrate towards the area. A whole suite of buildings will be able to host more traffic, and thus drive the economic development of the entire area. In turn, that would lead to direct business opportunities. I've been to the desert several times. Although there are still many lingering tensions between the two regions, the amount of interaction has been steadily increasing, and in the long term, the desert will only become more and more important to Sumeru.
You do have a point.
Education in the desert is indeed an industry that has not been tapped into. If we can be the first to place stakes in the area...
And you just believe anything he tells you?
Even the greenest amateurs know that urban planning will affect population flow. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone on the street to confirm it to you.
You...
Wait, something just occurred to me. If we're going to build a library in the desert, Aru Village would obviously be the best place for it. But it seems we're not the only ones with our eyes on the village. I heard a rumor a while back saying a lot of land and buildings in Aru Village have already been secretly purchased by a big-name merchant.
What?
What?
In other words, if we try to join the fray now, there won't be much left for us. If we want to build a suite of buildings focused on education and culture, Aru Village is the prime location. If we want to build it anywhere else, we'll have to deal with a far larger list of problems. It's not impossible, I suppose, but...
Then there's no hurry. We can wait for Aru Village to develop more first and get into the market for expansion to other areas.
But if you were to do that...
Is there nothing else to discuss? Great timing! I've pretty much heard all I want to hear. If there are no other urgent matters, I'll be on my way.
I'll be off as well. If you have any new ideas, please feel free to reach out.
It seems like the others are not interested in funding this, so no point in me doing this on my own. Let's revisit this another time.
Hey, guys, wait! Well, what can I say? I guess it went somewhat as expected. They are Dory's friends, after all. As soon as they heard that there's not much more in this for them, they lost all interest. Yeah, it's just another day doing business with people. But I can never get used to that. Those people never think of anyone other than themselves. Looks like we'll have to figure out some other way to get the funding. Let's go.
How did the meeting go? Want to talk about it? Oh, where did all that passion go from earlier, I take it you weren't able to find a sponsor for your project?
Please don't tell me that you're here to mock us.
What kind of person do you take me for? Would the kind and generous Lord Sagama Bay really do such a thing? I will say, though, I more or less expected this outcome even before I introduced them to you. You can try to talk up the project all you want, but the facts will remain the same. This project is high investment with slow returns. No sane person would put their money into this.
But this isn't just a business project, right? Also, if you already knew no one would want to partner with us, why did you still try to charge me 500,000 mora? You scammer!
You might want to remember who your creditor is before you start talking like that, Kabe.
I'll pay back every last coin that I still owe you, but that's a completely different matter.
Alright, since you're so devastated about this, I'll set you up for dinner with another big-name merchant. In fact, I'll be inviting the most famous merchant in all of Sumeru, so I'll be counting on your performance.
What? Really? I would like to sincerely apologize for my attitude just now. So, where would we be meeting this merchant?
Follow me. Oh, I suppose both of you can come. This is the place.
You said you're going to introduce us to the most famous merchant in Sumeru. Well, where are they?
You still don't get it, huh? The most famous merchant in Sumeru?
Dia sendiri, iya sih. Gak salah.
Huh? So you met yourself all along? Then why did you bring us here?
Well, I've given it some thought, and the complex of education and culture buildings that you mentioned does hold some promise. It'll be a pretty big Mora sink, and I'll have to fund it all on my own, but that's not really a problem for me.
Seriously? Where's this generosity coming from so suddenly? Are you trying to scam me again?
The reasons are not important. What's important is that I'm willing to help you. However, you know just as well as me that once this project actually breaks ground, it'll start sucking Mora from my pockets like crazy. So, to cut costs...
I get it, I won't charge any commission fees, and I'll take responsibility for the entire project.
Splendid! Then let's sign the contract right away.
This way, the children of the desert will have some books to read. Their lives should improve a bit after this. Of course, there are a few things better than using my knowledge to help other people change their fates. I must thank you as well, Dory. I used to say you only cared about Mora, which might have been some prejudice on my part. Sorry for that. I will also try to pay back my debts as soon as possible. Now, let's have a quick discussion. Where would you want the library to be built? That will be the most important building.
There's no rush. I'll provide you with a copy of the deed when we get back. You can just use the address on the document to find the lot.
Huh? The deed? So hold on a sec. The person who has been buying up everything around Aru Village was you all
Malam
along?
juga kakak, welcome. Selamat malam.
Yep, yours truly has been buying up all the land. I must thank you for bringing your ideas to me. Before our conversation, I had no idea what to build on all those lots. So, from my perspective, this has been a great turn of events. I didn't put much in and easily got a lot in return.
But what about my commission fees?
Huh? Didn't you waive those yourself? I was just gonna say that to cut costs. We mustn't procrastinate and should start construction as soon as possible.
Sama gak mantengin live. Gak apa-apa sih, santai aja.
To waive your commission fees and even promise to take responsibility for the whole project from start to finish. I am so touched, really.
It's obvious that you used every trick in the book to deceive me. You deliberately paused for a long time while talking about the project and kept glancing at me with that menacing look in your eyes.
Huh? You really think so? Well, the contract's already been signed, so there's no point in dwelling on the details. You know what? I'll pay for tonight's dinner.
Fine, I'll drop the argument on the commission fees. But since you said you're paying for dinner, I'm going to order the best dishes and booze this place has to offer, and lots of it. Tonight, we're feasting until I've recouped my full commission fees.
Sepakat. Oke. Panjang maksudnya. Kusengotnya si kafe. Oke, gue lagi. Gila.
We meet again.
Huh? Why are you
Bentar,
guys
aku ngambil
here?
makan.
That's what we wanted to ask you. Who are you? Why did you dress up like a merchant to talk to me about our project?
Anjir, belum ngerjain Pindah hangout.
There's no need for us to continue this project if you still want to keep hiding things from us.
Kafe, lumayan kah hangoutnya?
Individuals I can't
Ya
trust.
biasanya cuma 65 sih. Bukan dulu makan juga sih ya. Ini juga mau ngambil sih. Bentar ya.
All right, there's no point hiding anything anymore. The building I'm trying to commission you for is not really a personal residence for me, but rather a library for children living in the desert.
A library? Funded entirely by yourself? Shouldn't this be the responsibility of the academia? I've heard that the academia will be looking to prioritize the desert with the allocation of educational resources and materials. It sent over a large shipment of regular goods just last month.
You're right, and I was aware of these happenings as well. I just figured what I want to do is a separate effort from what's already being done by the academia. The desert is too vast. Even if the academia spends a lot of effort trying to disseminate knowledge in those parts, it might still take decades, if not centuries, to reduce the educational gap that already exists between the two regions. And what's more, I don't know if the academia would ever reverse its stance in the future. All I know is that as a desert dweller, we should not wait passively for good things to happen to us. If we only did that, we'd never be able to stand up and hold our heads high. I don't have much longer left on this world, so I just want to use whatever time I have to contribute something to my homeland.
Oke, emek.
I didn't want you to know that I came from the desert. I've lived in the desert my entire life, and there wasn't anyone here that I could trust. I figured I needed as much safety as I could get.
To the point that you even disguised your identity? That's certainly taking playing it safe to the next level. Hold on. Don't tell me you've also been scammed before.
When I first came to Sumeru City,
Welcome back, selamat
I brought
malam.
a lot of
Menjas
aura,
samcoy.
hoping to find an architect that I could work with. Someone agreed to take on the project, and even took a sum of mora from me, but then disappeared without a trace. After that, I heard that there are a lot of untrustworthy people in this business. Some would run as soon as they've been paid, while others would deliberately use expensive materials and take a cut of the construction funding. I spent a while collecting information in the city, and eventually learned that you're the most famous architect in all of Sumeru. I figured that you wouldn't need to make mora by scamming people, so I decided to reach out to you. By the way, how did you know I was scammed? I don't think I've ever mentioned that to anybody.
Just a hunch. A while ago, I accepted an offer to work on a project in the desert, and was also scammed out of a large sum of mora. I ran into someone who was living in a pretty run-down house. I noticed a load-bearing wall on the verge of collapse, and suggested that I build a new house for him. He said that he had no way to pay for it, so I loaned him some of my own mora, and told him to get some stone and timber from the local vendors. Soon after that, I found out that he had gone gambling with all the money, and lost everything, down to the last coin. And after that, he even borrowed mora from me twice more, using a different excuse each time. I didn't even suspect him of any wrongdoing until he hired a group of mercenaries and tried to ambush me in his own house. According to him, I looked like an easy target because I was an academia scholar who didn't have any family or friends in the desert. What kind of person would just look at someone else and think, this guy looks like an easy target?
Those kinds of things do happen every once in a while, yes. Folks like him are the exact reason why us desert dwellers' reputation have gone down the drain. I must apologize to you on their behalf.
It's all right. You were also scammed by someone from Kasharwar after all. I should apologize to you on their behalf. Ultimately, neither of our experiences had anything to do with the desert or the rainforest. Yeah, anyway,
That's what I would... I've done the math, so...
By cobbled together, you mean you're going to spend your entire life savings on this project? But then...
To be honest, all I want is to build this a while ago. I know the desert, so even if the...
My father passed up, I'm sure, a child, but let's bring the building it according... A slightly different style. Give me a minute. Most architects would probably prioritize cutting costs and removing extra features in this situation. Indeed, converting the building into a simple bungalow would solve most of our problems. However, I do not think this would be the best solution. While it's true that the aesthetic value of a building is often viewed as an afterthought, neglecting it has some long-term negative consequences. It is especially undesirable in this situation, as the library will serve a high number of children, many of whom would have never been exposed to structures that may be considered elegant or beautiful. To completely give up on the more aesthetic design would mean stripping the children of an opportunity to appreciate the beauty of architecture. I share Badaway's sentiments in wanting to preserve a more complex design. However, if we can reduce the ornate aspects of the design while maintaining its fundamental elegance, which is to say, reduce the arches and stone pillars but make changes elsewhere, this is definitely a first. To make up for the loss of regular details, we would need to put a lot of extra effort into the layout, lines, and color.
I see. Would that really be okay?
It just increases the difficulty of the design. You should feel lucky that out of all the architects in the city, you chose to approach me. Most of the others would have given up on this project by now. As for inspiration, I think I might have something in mind, but I'd need to visit the site to make sure. Where do you want this place to be built? Tell me the exact location.
Aru Village. Although it wasn't my childhood home, I think it'll be the best site for such a building.
Okay, then we can pay a visit to Aru Village.
Is there something I can do for you? I've already caused you a lot of trouble before, and now you're revising the design again because of me. Which draft are we even on now? It's making me feel terribly guilty.
Let me think. You said you used to be an Eremite mercenary, right? In that case, you could help us clear out some monsters that are blocking the way to Aru Village. We want to keep the roads clear, and reduce the loss of materials during transport to a minimum. If everything goes well, that'll help us save some Mora.
All right, just leave it to me. If there's anything I'm good at, it's clearing out monsters.
What are you waiting for then? Let's pack up and get ready to go.
Oke, I'm back. Iya, beberapa hari ini login ini cuma daily rasen doang, bahkan ada kelewat daily gara-gara kesibukan. Oh, lagi sibuk real laptop. I see.
Surrender.
Asli ya, ini fitur yang ini nih, yang reaction kayak gini apa sih? Ngalangin banget, pengen baca live chat jadi susah. Jadi mau nggak mau aku harus lihat live chatnya di OBS.
There are a lot of monsters out here today. If you find it hard to keep up, just let us know.
Oh, don't worry about me. This is nothing. I'll be careful, though, and you should do the same.
Asam, baru aja makan satu suap. Baru lagi nyuap loh. Baru masuk mulut, sumpah. Tiba-tiba disuruh lawan kayak gini kan. Sip. Asem.
I'm fine. I've spent my entire life fighting these kinds of monsters in the desert after all. They won't get the best of me. But it's one thing to fight against monsters, and another to fight against an old injury. It's something I picked up when I was young. There were many fights between mercenary brigades back then, and one day someone stabbed me in the back. I don't think much of it back then, but with age, it's caught up to me. Few mercenaries get to enjoy their later years. Failing health tends to take the joy out of reputation and wealth, and many mercenaries never even made much of the latter to begin with.
Is there someone you know who can help to look after you?
Unfortunately, no. My wife passed away at an early age, and I don't have any children. Sometimes I'd close my eyes and realize most of my life story has already been written. I have many regrets about my past, but at the same time, I also know that there were never many options for me in the first place. I joined the Eremites when I was young, and won many battles with them. My survival was more a matter of luck than actual ability. If at all possible, I want future children of the desert to have some more options in life. I don't want them to turn out like me. My apologies. The older we get, the more we tend to ramble. Seems like we've already cleared out most of the monsters. Let's hurry over to Aru Village.
I think it's really admirable of him to spend his whole life savings on people he's never met. Maybe he's doing this out of natural kindness. A kindness that hasn't been eroded away by the struggles of his life. Perhaps. To clarify, though, I don't think I'm quite the same. Some people call me an idealist. I do have some sentiments of that general persuasion, such as wanting everyone to be able to lead a happy life. But my situation is more complex than that. In the beginning, what drove me to harbor those thoughts was less idealism and more a desire to make up for a sense of guilt. When I was young, I impulsively encouraged my father to take part in the first Inter-Darshan Championship, hosted by the Academia. He set off confidently hoping to win something for me, but failed to clinch the title. Once more, he fell into depression after the competition, and requested to join an investigative research project in the desert. I never saw him again. Word has it that he got caught in quicksand. Even if other factors may have contributed to his death, the fundamental cause still circles back to me. I started doing many things in life because I wanted to make amends. Even in cases where I couldn't do something for a specific person, I still did whatever I could. I think I just wanted to make myself feel a little better. At this point, even I don't know. I've tried self-reflection, but it didn't help. I can't seem to walk away from many things that I see or hear about, even if they don't directly concern me. And I can't quite pinpoint the source of it. Maybe it's just like what those Vahumana scholars often say. It's hard for people to truly understand themselves. I could be doing things out of endless guilt, or I could be doing them out of a strong sense of empathy. It could even just be a matter of conceit. The potential motivations could number in the dozens. The actions they result in are the same. Anyway, I suppose I don't really mind being called an idealist. They also used that term to describe my father. It seemed to carry fewer connotations back when he was around. I've known Al-Haytham for many years now, and discussed my ideology with him for nearly as long. Maybe argued is a better word for it. He told me a long time ago that no matter how strong of a swimmer you may be, you'll still get dragged under by the others who are drowning once you run out of stamina. He believes this is the fate that awaits all idealists. I still believe I should live by my ideals, and I've given him countless reasons why I think it's a good idea to do so. Perhaps my ideals are flawed, but are there really any perfect things in this world? Unfortunately, he remains unconvinced. His personality is the exact opposite of my own. If someone happens to drown next to him, he'll most likely stand on the shore and mumble something along the lines of respecting other people's fates. But as you can see, I'm not the only idealist in the world. Just as there are different seasons, there are also different people. There are many others who will continue to care about the fates of those who are not directly related to them. And when I finally run out of stamina, someone will also reach out and bring me back to shore. Someone will help me, right? Yes, I've already been helped like that before.
Kombes kenapa dah? Kayak mau not responding gitu. Oke, ini tuh apa sih? Bukan teks. Nah, masih ada juga nih. Tahu.
But you've helped me plenty already. If you didn't reach out to me, I would probably be passed out on the tavern table right now instead of talking with Badawi. Either way, I'm feeling much better than when you first found me at the tavern. I can feel inspiration already welling up inside of me. Maybe this will be just the opportunity I needed to create a whole new style. All right, let's head to Aru Village.
Cumannya berapa sih kafe itu? 5, 20, 25. Berarti total bisa dapat 85 ya? Iya. Dapat 25 primo.
Now that we're here, it's my partner's time to shine. Marak.
Oh, what's this?
My toolbox. I built it using an ancient mechanical core. It's not too smart, but it's super useful. It can help me with a variety of tasks. I'll take Marak and find a suitable location for the building. Once that is done, I'll get to work on a few designs.
Traveler?
Ah, you know each other?
Hello. I suppose you must be Kaveh from Kasharawar. I have heard of you before. My name is Sataria, and I'm currently the person in charge of promoting educational assistance programs here in the desert.
Educational assistance programs?
Oh, besok lagi kena transfer ini.
Then you must be familiar with the local conditions here.
I can't say I'm too familiar just yet, but if you have any questions, I'll try my best to answer them.
I've been commissioned by Mr. Badawi to build a library in the desert. We've settled on the general design direction, but we are trying to finalize some details based on the conditions around the intended location.
A library? Do you intend to open it to the public for free?
That's right. I want to make sure the children will have books to read.
That's fantastic! I'm sure the children will be thrilled. Right now, we don't have access to many paper books or a quiet place to read. Truth be told, this very thing has been keeping me up at night.
Let me get straight to my questions then. Can you estimate the number of children around here who'd be interested in reading? That besides the usual noise of village pedestrians, are there any other sources of noise in the village? Oh, and have any landslides occurred here recently? And also, where are the spots around the village that have been most affected by wind and erosion?
Real ngebadut di bannernya ya apa? Apa ya ini ya?
All right, that should be everything. Badawi, let's go over the budget again. We'll keep the building structure the same, but make the place a little bigger, so it'll be able to hold more people and get better natural light. The parts of the project that cost the most will be the insulation and ventilation materials. I'm sure you understand, no one likes to read in a place that's hot and stuffy. I want to make significant changes to the arrangement of the bookshelves, tables, and chairs. I'll go over the specifics of that shortly. I have two plans in mind. Both are pretty minimalist in style, but will provide a very different ambiance from the world outside. Our final cost should be around 70% of the last figure I quoted. The whole thing should take around half a year to complete. Marak has produced a sketch for all of you to see. If everyone's okay with it, then we'll proceed with that as the formal plan. The inspiration just came to me naturally. All I did was put thoughts to paper. I must give you credit, though. If it weren't for your advice and suggestions, I probably wouldn't have landed on this new style so quickly. According to the traditions of my profession, I should probably name this style after you. Let's call it the Traveler style. In the meantime, let's look forward to the day when this building is completed and can finally open its doors.
biru masa depan. Penderitaan hari ini tidak ada artinya bila dibandingkan dengan masa depan yang penuh harapan. Oke. Berarti satu lagi ya. Yap, satu ending lagi. Set, awal banget lagi. Aduh, PR nih. Dong kan emang nyicil buat kons ya, syukurnya dimudahkan buat ke kons 2. Sebelumnya reton buat C1 gara-gara kalah benar dari 2, habis itu nyicil lagi ke C2 pada pikiran. Ya pokoknya apapun itu solusinya nyicil dan apa badut itu paling ingin dapat mudah dapat apa karakter yang dimau ya. Soalnya yang di banner gue sempet sih itu pas Eula tuh iseng doang kan, soalnya nggak dapat total C1 itu tuh, nggak dapatnya total C6 sampai PT60 kalau nggak salah ya. Gue iseng tuh 10 kali full aja gitu kan di banner apa Eula, langsung emas anjir, dan itu juga menang rate off lagi. Ada tuh kalau nggak salah videonya di YouTube ya, udah gua upload. Kalau nggak salah thumbnailnya kucing dah kalau nggak salah.
Oh, hey, I wasn't expecting to run into you here. Actually, while we're on that, what are you doing here at the tavern? Don't listen. Stress is just an inescapable part of being a working adult. Boss, do you want something too? I'll put it on my tab.
Wine in a glass.
I know you're already keeping a secret from me. That guy. Another glass.
You've got it.
It really is, but perhaps I would spend a lot of. I suppose though, all of this.
Here's your drink,
boss.
The meaning of. Anyway, I don't.
What do you? Yes, art shouldn't be self-indulgent entertainment saved for the elite. Let's say that I built a house.
Ya udah tidak berharap menghakimi kadang aku kemarin nggak kira-kira makanya nggak dapet kayaknya malah congin dari channel dikit-dikit hari-hari menghentai ya gitulah. Kalau juga sama tuh kalau nggak salah ngincar Bennett kalau nggak salah pas di bandar itu banner Raiden Shogun. Berarti sih dapat, cuman sampai C3 doang ya, dari channel ke C3. Raidernya C1, Ujo Sara C6 ya.
Sounds great to me. I don't even want to think about this project anymore. A different career. I see. That's not a bad idea. I think I've heard a saying somewhere before. 80% of a working adult's woes are due to not having enough mora in the bank. It's just a saying, of course, but even I will admit that my life would be a lot better if I could make additional mora. And if I want to make mora, I should finish that ridiculous commission. But I really can't find it in me to go back and talk to him right now. Hold on. I just remembered that I used to have a senior classmate by the name of Alkami. If memory serves me right, he's no longer taking private commissions, but he's still doing pretty well for himself. Maybe I'll be able to get some advice from him. Yeah, I should get on this right away. No more wine for me today. I'll grab the bill and be on my way.
Body and mind.
Ormus ini masuk TP sih itu. Apa ya sebenarnya sama perbedaan OBS? Salah jalan lagi. Kalau fokus ini ngebandingin OBS sama Streamlab. Salah, nggak ke situ. Tapi bener sih kata-kata orang, Streamlab lebih berat daripada OBS. Ini aku CPU usage-nya cuma belasan ya, kalau nggak belasan ya satuan sih, pokoknya di bawah 10%. Tapi kalau Streamlab kemarin hampir tembus 30% cuy, gede banget usage-nya.
Hey, it's you! It's been a while. What have you been up to recently?
Yeah, it's been a long time, Alkami. Things haven't changed much for me. I'm still taking private commissions for all kinds of projects.
I heard that you were the genius behind the Palace of Alcazazare. I bet you're all set for Mora after a project of that size.
Well, it's hard to make a profit from every project, you know?
Hard to make a profit? You've got to be joking. I've never met an architect who didn't make a profit from a project. Unless the client fled before they paid the commission fee in full. But that doesn't sound right either. Doesn't Dory have a pretty decent reputation in our local business circles? I don't think she's ever been involved in any kind of big scandal.
Well, about that. I mean, it was complicated.
I understand. Either way, doing one project after another sure gets exhausting over the years, huh? I've been there, so I can feel your pain. I mean, I obviously never had your reputation to live up to. That must have been stressful. But I'm sure we faced all the same problems. Trying to keep your client in a good mood while you're trying to stop them from micromanaging things they don't know the first thing about. I don't miss it. Thankfully, that's all behind me now. Not exactly. My work is still closely related to architecture. Judging from the look on your face, you're still strapped for Mora. That's quite unfortunate. You're the most artistically gifted graduate the Ksharawar Darshan has seen in decades. But it looks like you still have a lot to learn in terms of making Mora. With that said, us Ksharawar grads should still look out for each other. What if I told you about an idea that'll absolve you of all your Mora troubles going forward?
Are you serious? But something like that has got to be some kind of top-level business secret. Are you sure you can just share something like that with me? Besides, I don't want to just take something like that without offering anything in return. I still have a little Mora. Or is there something that I can help you with?
Oh, you're too kind. This is just a simple tip. Even if I didn't bring it up, I'm sure you'd hear it from the others sooner or later. The idea is this. I recently opened up a training center with the goal of educating people in architecture design. Compared to the classes taught by those old fossils at the academia, my classes are more condensed and streamlined and will allow people to quickly get their foot in the door. Unlike the academia, I won't turn down anyone who's interested, rich or poor. As long as someone wishes to learn more about architecture, I'll accept them into my training center. It just so happens that I'm still looking for a few more instructors. So, what do you say? Interested in coming over to give a few lectures? Regardless of the pay, I can already guarantee that it'll be far more comfortable than working on random people's private commissions.
Ah, so you want me to join you as an instructor? That does sound like something I'd be able to do. Sounds like a pretty stable job, too. What do you think, Traveler?
Then it's a deal.
Yes, it's a deal. Thank you, Alkami.
Like I said, there's no need to thank me for this. The lecture room is not far from here, so you can just come straight here tomorrow morning. As for the pay, how about we start at 300,000 more per lecture?
300,000? Are you serious? How could you offer so much?
It would seem that you're still oblivious to your own economic worth. 300,000 is nothing compared to the prestige of having the light of Kasharawa as one of my instructors. 300,000 is also just the base rate. Just trust me on this. The longer you stick with me, the more you'll come to understand your true value in the market. I have to go make some preparations now. See you tomorrow.
I was never particularly close with Alkami when we were in school. Who would have thought that he'd be so nice and friendly? I've hosted free lectures before, but this would be my first time being hired to lecture for a formal business. 300,000 mora per lecture. Whew. I'm so excited that I'm starting to get nervous. Thanks so much. I think I will be able to relax a bit more with a friend in the audience. Now, what should I talk about tomorrow? Some lessons I've learned over the past few years? I should probably save those for later. For my first lecture, I should start by getting them more interested in the field. All right, let's meet here again tomorrow morning. I should hurry home and create some kind of lesson plan. If I'm going to become an instructor, I should make sure I show up prepared.
Oke, cuy, gue mau nyuci piring dulu. Ini sini enak, view-nya. Sip. Astagfirullah, salah. Bentar ya.
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Wow. Huh? All will be revealed in the next volume? Drat. Tes, oke, I'm back. Ini berikutnya sih, bagian 7. 24 jam dong. Oh ya, lupa. If my calculations are correct, Wanwan Bookhouse is due to receive a batch of new releases today. Might we add a small detour to our adventure?
Oh, I didn't expect you two to get here so early.
I was up last night preparing for the lecture, but I ended up getting so excited that I couldn't fall asleep. Here, I prepared a lesson plan. Do you want to take a look?
Lesson plan? Ah, I must commend you for your dedication. But the training center has already developed its own set of teaching materials. Instead of using your own plan, you can just use what we have here. Of course, you're always welcome to work in some of your own content to add some fun and flavor. Sure, be my guest. It's almost time for the lecture to start. Feel free to head in and start the class whenever you're ready.
Huh. So you've already developed your own set of teaching materials. Seems like I won't need the stuff I've prepared after all. Anyway, shouldn't be a problem. I'll just go ahead and use your materials. There's something else I want to ask, though. This isn't going to be a large class, is it?
Ah, no need to stress. There are only 20 people in this class. There are 14 classes at my training center. Out of all of them, the first class has the best grades, so I've directed them to you. We'll see how well they take to your lectures.
20 people, huh? All right. I think I can handle that.
Oh, and one last thing. In the interest of keeping a quiet learning space, only instructors and students are allowed in the classroom when class is in session. I'm sorry to say this, but your friend will have to wait outside while you teach in the class.
Sorry about that. I'll meet you at the door when the class is over then.
Hey there. Can I help you? Oh, well, Kami? You mean that rich guy who's been making quite the name for himself? Yeah, he commissioned a set of furniture from me a while back. Paid a great deal of more for it, too. I heard he earned a fortune working as a renowned architect. Now he's opened a training center so others can follow in his footsteps. If the tuition wasn't sky high, I'd enroll my child in a heartbeat. Architecture really sounds like a lucrative profession.
Did you hear? Alkami recruited Kaveh to be an instructor.
I bet that'll boost his enrollment numbers.
Really makes you jealous, eh? If you think about it, Alkami was never that talented himself as an architect. If we're just talking about professional skill, no one would pay for a class with him.
That's true, but you've got to admit, his advertisements are really effective. After all, the academia only admits those who can pass its entrance exam, so only a few people could hope to study architecture in the halls of the Sharpwater. For those who can't pass the exam, or who just want to jump straight into the industry, the training center is the best bang for the Mora.
Man, to have that kind of business acumen.
All right, everyone. There's no need to be nervous. Class is over, so we can just chat for a bit. I shouldn't have lost my temper during the lecture. Did I scare anybody?
No, you weren't scary at all, Mr. Kaveh. We were just a bit lost and didn't get what you were talking about.
Oh, don't get me started. I was trying to use Alkami's materials, so I flipped through some pages and gave them a closer look. The more I read, the more upset I became. Alkami may fool an amateur, but he can't fool anyone who's active in our profession. The materials he made are completely useless for teaching real architecture. In my opinion, the most important skill of an architect is their ability to craft a design. In other words, they must be able to conceptualize ideas. There are tens of thousands of buildings in the world, as well as a countless number of architectural styles. Some designs emphasize aesthetics, while others prioritize practicality. The architects who can critically evaluate the quality and fit of different designs are those who can come up with great designs of their own. But you won't get any of that from the teaching materials they're using here. All these students are doing in class is rote memorization of existing designs. They are learning nothing about the underlying principles. How can they expect to become real architects? When they're done with this class, all they'll become are dilettantes with a pitiful smattering of architectural knowledge.
But, Mr. Cave, we didn't really understand anything you said after you threw away the materials either. What's the big deal anyway? It's not like we're looking to make some works of art. We just want to make some mora.
You're studying architecture to make mora?
Yeah! Why else would we be studying here? My biggest dream is to become someone like Mr. Alkami. Once I finally make my fortune in architecture, I'll be able to buy anything I like.
Huh. In that case, I'm afraid you'll probably be disappointed. The reality is that the work of an architect is very difficult, and the pay is not lucrative at all. Believe me, I'm a perfect example.
But how? Mr. Alkami just told us last night that you made a killing by building the Palace of Alcazarzare. He also said that as long as we graduate from his class, waves upon waves of people will reach out to us with private commissions, and we can just sit back and wait for Mora to fill up our pockets. It won't be long before I can put these miserable days behind me.
Come on. And you all believed everything he said?
But Mr. Alkami is really rich, isn't he?
You... It's pointless trying to argue this with you right now. You've already filled your heads with pipe dreams. Let's go, traveler. Let's hear about Alkami's true plans from the man himself.
What's wrong, Cave? You look quite flustered. Did one of my students offend you? Were the students not astute enough for your liking? I must implore you to go a bit easier on them. After all, they're nothing like the genius scholars you're used to dealing with at the academia. We don't need to strive for perfect understanding. As long as some knowledge has been passed on, that's good enough.
Yeah, I'm mad at them. But I'm even more upset that you're scamming people under the guise of teaching them about architecture. The students are all here hoping for a quick way to make money, but we both know that an architect's life is hard and exhausting. Just a little while ago, I was toiling over the 6th draft of a design for a client. If your client is unhappy, you can't break ground, and the longer a project goes, the longer it takes for you to get paid in full. What's worse, if your client disappears in the middle of a project, good luck getting anything from them ever again. You know all of this just as well as I do. Why lie to them?
Look, Cave, you may be the light of Kasharawan, but like I said, you still have a lot to learn about making mora. You may deny it all you want, but it's a fact that in today's Sumeru, architecture is a terrible profession. Our clients care very little for the effort we pour into our designs. Instead of appreciating us, they spend all their time nitpicking details and demanding changes, often forcing all kinds of ridiculous ideas onto us.
I suppose that's more or less true. Go on.
Why should we cling on to a profession that's difficult and unrewarding? If the field is dying, then a person who still wants to make a good living will just have to change their strategy. If it's near impossible to make money as an architect, then why not just establish a training center and train other people to become architects in our stead?
Wait, how does that make any sense? Aren't you just leading them into the same trap?
We are already stuck, my friend. The more people we can lead into this pit and stack as padding beneath our feet, the more comfortable our lives will be. That's right. Making money as an architect is a slow and agonizing process. In comparison, earning tuition from a training center is far easier. None of the students will ever know, however. In their eyes, all of my income was earned during my years as an architect. It's easy for them to fall for my promise. After all, everyone wants to live the dream of being the person who can spend millions without batting an eye. The more students I get, the more money I earn. And the more real that dream becomes.
And then what? Once they graduate, they'll still find out the truth about architecture and struggle to stay afloat amid all the problems we already talked about. When that happens, your facade will pop like a soap bubble. No one will believe you anymore.
Ah, but that's just one way to look at the problem. No two people have the same amount of talent. Even if they fail to strike gold in the future, you can't say that it's my fault and mine alone. Oh, and also, I never actually promised that they would achieve financial freedom as long as they become architects. All I did was nudge them towards that belief. I'm not even scared if they do come back and stir up trouble. My training center has all the required permits and certifications. Even the Dendro Archon herself couldn't find fault in any part of my business.
How can you sleep at night knowing that you're doing all this? Tell me, is your heart carved out of brick and stone? I can't believe that I once saw you as a decent human being. I am beyond disappointed in you.
And the same goes to you. How many years has it been since you graduated from the academia? If you still can't accept something like this, do you just plan on keeping that worthless naivete of yours until the end of time? Only fools will see art as revered and sacred. In the end, art is just another business. Being successful at running a business is an art form in itself. I urge you to think about what I've said. Offloading your pain onto others is the only way a person can live comfortably in this world. As the light of the Ksharowa, you've accumulated plenty of fame and respect. It's high time that you use those resources to improve the circumstances of your own life. Think it over, Game. I still believe our collaboration could be very fruitful.
I'm so mad, I feel a headache coming on. There's nothing more I can say to him. I'll resign from my position as instructor. Of course, I'm sure you've realized that as long as I remained at this center, he would be able to use my name to advertise this place. Even if I just sit back and do nothing, others will be deceived and suffer because of me. He is right about one thing, though. These kinds of training centers are everywhere. And even if the academia was to find out about it, it's unlikely that they would take any real action against it. The most that they could accuse him of is false advertising. And even that would be hard to prove. Oh? Did you notice something else? Yeah, you've got a point. The rate he gave me was 300,000 mora per lecture. That probably came out of the students' tuition. And who knows just how much he's been charging the students for attending his classes. If you're gambling everything on making it rich as an architect, are you really going to have the mora to pay for that kind of tuition? Right. We should hurry. The students didn't believe a word I was telling them. They're still daydreaming about making millions. We're never going to get any information from them again if we let Alkami talk to them first. Let's move now before he's had the chance to react.
Oh, Mr. Kave? What are you doing back here?
Class finished a while ago, but you're still here. Why haven't you gone home?
I wanted to stay for a little longer. I'm still thinking about everything you taught during the class. Even though a lot of it went right over my head, I still thought the houses you drew were really pretty.
Of course they were. All the examples I drew were world-famous landmarks. Each one was the magnum opus of a celebrated architect. It's a good thing that you could recognize them for their beauty. The accumulation of knowledge is the first step to artistic expression. Instead of rote memorization, you should try to relate and to understand. And after that, try to resonate with the work.
Resonate?
Yes. When I first got into architecture, there were many things about it that I couldn't understand at all. Would find a building to be beautiful, but have no idea what made it so good. And for most people, just being able to admire a building is enough. To become a good architect, however, you must also learn to assess and appraise. Going from admiration to assessment will take a lot of time and specialized knowledge, and I'm afraid that some superficial speed training won't be enough to take you there.
Just as I thought. Becoming an architect won't be as easy as Mr. Alkami made it out to be, right?
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to crush your dreams. All I want to tell you is that an architect's life is not as carefree and easy as others may make it out to be.
I understand. Thank you for telling me the truth, Mr. Kave. I think I'll still stay here for the time being, though, since my family still hasn't paid everything off.
Paid off what?
Sorry, I can't say anything more. Mr. Alkami made it very clear that anyone who talks about it will be kicked out of the class.
Don't listen to him. I am the most famous architect in Sumeru. If he kicks you out, then I'll just take you in instead.
Really?
Why would I pull your leg? I can see you have some talent, so as long as you get your fundamentals down, you should be able to pass the entrance exam and continue your studies at the academia.
Then please keep this a secret for me, Mr. Kave. Truth be told, my family is not very well off, so we couldn't really afford the tuition for this class. Mr. Alkami was the one who reached out to my parents. He told them that he knew a merchant by the name of Bahar and that we could get a loan from him. He told all the students that once we graduate, people would come flocking to commission us for projects. If everything went well, we'd be able to pay off everything in just a few years, and all the more we make after that would be ours.
How much did your family borrow from this merchant?
I think it was several million mora.
And what was the interest rate?
I'm not really sure. My parents were the ones who signed the contract. All I know is that the stack of papers was as thick as a slab of rock.
Set.
Yeah, I have a bad feeling too. Something about the whole thing feels dastardly familiar. We need to find that merchant to confirm. But if we were to confront him right now, there's no way he'd admit to anything. Good idea. Hey, tell me, do you know where we'd be able to find this merchant?
We last saw him on the north shore of Port Ormos. Who knows if he's still in that area, though.
Well, it'd still be worth taking a look. Architecture... No. The arts shouldn't be used as bait for a scam. We need to do something before the students' lives are ruined even further.
don't think I've ever seen you guys before. Here for business?
You're Fahar, right?
Yes. May I ask who introduced you?
Alkami. My friend here wants to enroll in his architecture class, but they're a bit short on money. Alkami told us you're the man to go to in this kind of situation.
Oh, sounds like his business is booming. How much do you need?
Let me see. I'd say around 3 million mora.
Oof. You call that a bit short on money? Anyway, since you're here because of Alkami, I can work things out for you. Make sure you sign the contract, though. Lots of people are borrowing money from me nowadays. Here you go. Don't worry, there's nothing particularly unusual about it. All you need to do is pay back the loan in full within 3 years.
And what if they won't be able to pay it back?
What do you mean, won't be able to pay it back? Once you graduate from Alkami's place, you'll be making millions of mora a year. Easy! At that point, paying this off will be a piece of cake. And even if you were to run into some difficulties and need to delay the installments, it's no big deal. We're all reasonable people here. If you can't pay quickly, you can just pay it back over a longer period. All that would change is your interest rates would get a little higher. It's hard work running a business. If we're taking risks to supply you with mora, it's only fair that you take on a bit of the financial risk as well. Anyway, there's no point in tying yourself in knots over the contract. With the way you're reading every single line, it's like you're worried you're about to get scammed out of your whole life savings. Why would I lie to you? Tons of students at Alkami's place have signed the contract. Aren't they all doing pretty well for themselves?
I just did some calculations in my head. When you say the interest will get a little higher, do you mean it'll get higher than 30%? Of course, the contract did a great job of trying to obfuscate that fact. It only listed the amount that you'll have to repay every day, which gives the false impression that the amount hasn't actually increased by all that much. If you actually do the math, however, it's clear that the amount you need to pay on interest alone will amount to hundreds of thousands of mora per year. Most people can't even make that much mora in a year. Your greed really knows no bounds. Even my creditor doesn't dare to raise rates that high. Once a family signed on to a scheme like this, there's no getting out.
What are you trying to say, huh? I figured something was off when two well-dressed people came looking for a loan. Think you got the better of me? Too many people are sticking their noses where they don't belong these days. Luckily for me, though, this is a pretty secluded spot. Hey, come out and teach these guys a lesson!
Eremites? I've already fought off more than my fair share of them when I was working in the desert. There are only a few of them, so they shouldn't pose much of a threat. Marak, you're up! Following order. Sight clear!
I see everything!
Body and... No, my sword! Let me weave you a verse. Body and...
Who are you, and what do you want? I don't think we've done anything to hurt or offend you, so why go this far to destroy my livelihood?
Debt has the power to upend your whole life. I know very well just how miserable living in debt can be. But my debts are the culmination of many different factors, and my interest rate is still somewhat reasonable. As long as I continue to work with my situation in mind, my debts will eventually be paid off. But these students are different. They have neither the mental preparation nor the financial resources to pay back a debt like this. You sold the dreams of becoming an architect to the students as bait, urging them to take on insurmountable amounts of debt to satisfy your greed.
Ha! Everyone knows there's no such thing as a free lunch. It's their own fault for falling into the trap. And if we're going to talk about greed, aren't those students the ones who are blinded by it? They completely ignore the risk that's right there in front of them.
And here comes the silver tongue. Surely you use that to reel in the students as well. Even now, many of them are still hopelessly dreaming of striking gold after they graduate. People grow by learning from their mistakes. I hope this will be a valuable lesson to them. Let's head back to the academia and turn this guy over to the Matra. They should be able to link him with Alkami's business. Sino? Didn't think I would run into you here.
My vacation just ended not too long ago, so I'm going over some cases at the academia. Who's this? I see. Charging an interest rate over 30% indeed constitutes a crime. As it is highly likely that Alkami is also benefiting from this scheme, the Matra will open an investigation on him as well. The training center will be closed until further notice. Any funds we manage to recover from the suspects will be returned to the students. It's unclear how much we'll be able to get back, however, given their extravagant spending.
That should still be enough. Once the students realize the error of their ways, they won't fall so easily for such traps in the future. Anyway, thank you for your help. I hope this won't be too much trouble for you.
It's no trouble. Just another day at work. How did you two get tangled up in this anyway? Did you accept any mora from him?
He promised to pay me 300,000 mora per lecture, but I resigned as soon as I finished the first session. I didn't take a single coin.
Ah, that's good.
Hmm? What do you mean, that's good? Would you have taken me into custody as well if I had actually accepted any mora?
I wouldn't have gone that far. But, had he insisted that you were also an active participant in his schemes, under our rules, we would have been required to open an investigation on you as well. Either way, though, I believe you are innocent in all of this. Had you actually been alright with making money through less than noble means, your life wouldn't be the mess it currently is.
Hey, what was that? What do you mean my life is a mess?
Never mind. Your life is fine.
You're just messing with me now, aren't you?
Let's get back to business. If Alkami's case can be successfully resolved, you'll be eligible for a monetary reward from the academia. Don't forget to pick it up after the fact.
Huh. I didn't even know there was such a thing. I never would have guessed. What I'm trying to say is that we didn't report Alkami because we thought we could make some more off of it.
The reward will be given regardless of your personal motivations. It was implemented with the intent of encouraging people to supply tips to the Matra.
Fine.
Is there anything else?
I want to go back to the training center one more time and talk to some of the kids.
Sure, but you should wait until tomorrow. My subordinates will shut down the center today, and summon the students to gather information on the total amount of mora they've lost in the scam.
Alright, then I'll stay out of their way. I can talk to the kids tomorrow.
I have a few other things to take care of, so I'll be off for now. If you want to follow up on this case, just come find me again. Or ask one of the Matra.
That should finally be the end of that. Oh, who would have thought it would turn out like this? All I wanted was to find a new gig and earn some mora. To think Alkami would sink this low, it still makes me really upset. Still, I think I feel a little better now than when you found me back at the tavern. It's a little ironic, but you could say it's because I've realized that there are many circumstances in the world that are even worse than my own. Now that I've seen such things firsthand, I suppose I've earned a new sense of appreciation for my life. How should I put it? I'm pretty stubborn when it comes to my profession, so I often argue with my clients. The arguments are usually extremely frustrating, and every once in a while I'd wonder if I only became an architect because fate wanted me to pay for some sins I'd committed in a previous life. Alkami's suggestion would have allowed me to quit my life as an architect and earn money solely from my reputation. But now that I've experienced that for myself, I can confidently say that I'd never want to do it again. Every scholar has their own sense of pride and a line that they don't like to cross. Of course, when faced with the vicissitudes of life, some will surrender these things to seek a more comfortable life. I can understand that. Just speaking for myself, though, I don't think that's something I'd ever be able to do. The voice in my heart would just keep repeating one thing. The moment I turn away from my dreams would be the moment my career ends. If I stopped devoting everything to my creative activities, I'd be able to lead a more comfortable life. But at the same time, my sense of intuition and understanding for the arts would also begin to degrade. At that point, any materialistic ease I may have gained in life would just become another form of torment. In comparison, my current life comes with its share of difficulties, but at least I'd never have to deal with that kind of existential reckoning. I appreciate it. You may call me conceited for this, but I would also like to think I'm talented enough to be able to lead a decent life without compromising my pride. It's certainly not easy, but I want to keep at it. My thanks again for being such a great help throughout all of this. I'm planning to pay another visit to those kids tomorrow. Want to come with me? All right, I'll see you tomorrow then. Get some good rest.
Cuk, panjang juga. Tapi masih segini, tapi dialognya panjang semua cuy. Apa? Pagi hari kedua. Oke. Sip. Sip. Pergi ke tempat les.
Time to act. Body and mind.
Mr. Alkami was a scammer.
The training center has been shut down, and the Madra have promised to return some of our tuition. But we've already spent so much time on this class. What should we do next?
Mr. Kave said we can keep working on our fundamentals and try to get into the academia. Ha! Easier said than done. If it was easier to get into the academia, none of us would have signed up for the class in the first place. Only the best of the best can get into the academia studying on their own. Mr. Kave might be willing to teach us.
Why? What reason does he have to stick around?
So, you're the only ones that showed up today, huh?
Huh? Kave's here!
Now, that's Mr. Kave to you. I'm here as your instructor, so let's keep things a little more proper. I'll keep instructing you for a while longer. You can pass on the message to the other students. As long as someone wants to come, they can join the class. Oh, also, I'm usually pretty busy, so I'll only be able to teach architecture fundamentals on my days off. Another disclaimer, I can't promise that you'll all be able to understand everything I'm going to teach. Architecture is not an easy profession. Aesthetics aside, even the basics of safe design can already be a handful for most people. If you want to design safe buildings, you'll have to go through a systematic study of structural engineering. And just as a heads up, all of this will be a huge step up from the superficial stuff you were learning before. It'll take both talent and perseverance to get through the course. I don't want to hear anyone say that I didn't warn you.
We'll try our best.
It seems some of you are really serious about this after all. All right, everyone, pack your stuff up. No need to prepare much for today's class. We're going to go on a quick field trip. You'll know once we get there. Come on, let's get going. We'll be off once everyone's grabbed their pencils and sketch pads.
Kenapa ya panjang banget ya? Kos yang atau ya?
Body and mouth.
Surrender!
Okay.
This lighthouse has been around for a long time, and I handled its renovations when I first graduated from the academia. The point of today is not so much about the lighthouse as a building, however. I just want you to take a look at it and do a bit of self-reflection. If you were tasked today with designing a building, how would you want it to look like? Don't think about how you'd actually go about building it for now. Just put your ideas to paper and draw the prettiest building that comes to your mind.
So, it can be, any kind of building?
Yep, as long as you think it'd look good. It doesn't even necessarily have to be a building. If you want, you can draw trees, the ocean, or even a garden area. Draw whatever you'd like. In my experience, it's best to approach the study of architecture from a point of personal interest, rather than for the sake of a career. Both the study and practice of architectural design are extremely difficult. A person who's forced to work on projects that they don't resonate with will only struggle and suffer. So at least for today, I hope the students will be able to create something that they enjoy. There's no need to think about it too hard. They'll have plenty of time in the future to revisit the design and make changes. What do you think? Want to try your hand at it as well? Don't forget that this is a free class from Mr. Kave, the light of the Kisharwar. On a normal day, this would cost you 300,000 mora.
Oke, ini pelajaran pertama, bangun yang paling indah dalam hatimu adalah tempatmu bernaung dan merasa aman sentosa. Tamat cuy. Seni dan kehidupan. Oke. Ambil. Sip, kelar cuy. Gabut impact lagi. Udah nggak ada udah nggak tahu mau ngapain lagi cuy, dan udah nggak tahu mau ngeluarin apa lagi. Primo 1180. Saya berkali-kali masih 63 di 68 lah ya. Saya belum lagi kali ya. 55 sih. apaan lagi ya kira-kira? Spesial. Ya 3 hari lagi. Jadi itu ya tanggal 13. Nyabut tempe coy. Masih live aja pak, belum ngantuk cuy. Ngedit dah. Tapi jangan dilihatin soalnya Insta post. Astagfirullahaladzim. Terus notnya apa ya? Ini ada nggak? Deskripsi stream. Mungkin yang dari dulu kali ya. Masalah ada deh kayaknya. Ntar deh berarti habis ini. Oke. Aku butuh notepad. File open. What? Bentar cuy, buka Discord dulu. Nah, ada dia. Nah, apa begini Rose sama Not. Apa disatuin aja kali ya, Rose Not gitu aja kali ya. Ya deh, mending gitu aja deh daripada bingung kayak gini. Terus dan Not. Oh, grup ternyata. Oke. Oke, sip. Oke. Oke lah gitu. Itu udah buat ya aku. Apalagi ya. Butuh referensi. Apa sih namanya Instagramnya? Oh. Lain. Kayaknya kulitnya dihapus lagi deh. Apa ya? Mungkin segini aja kali ya harus downloadnya. Oh, boleh deh. Apa ya? Ini kan terus sama itu. Kayaknya udah lebih cukup deh ini. Ya. Oke, coba lihat dulu deh. Oke, terus dan not udah cukup, payment udah, rawat akun, boleh ya, tinggal ya. Mungkin aku kasih space aja kali ya. Bentar cuy, kasih space, juga kasih space. Biar gampang dilihatnya. Apa ntar deh. Salah. Oke, terus payment, oke. Terus dari note kasih space. Oke, ini kasih space, kasih space. Oke, udah sip. Salah. Nah, sip. Oke. Mungkin dari bawah dulu deh. Jasa jukir rawat akun. Rawat akun. Rawat akun. Starter. Oke, lanjut. Juga ya, udah aku buat ini ya graf. Tidak mendengarkan sabar. Apalagi dia kurang nggak selingkuh, langsung copy paste. Oh, adventuring 15. 55 45 55 jadi. Oke lah, sip. Terus panjang semua tuh. Ini aku bagi dua deh kalau gini. 4 5 6 7. Oke, tinggal duplikat. Salah. Paste yang 8 9 10 11 rata 11 10 ini 11. Oke. Salah. Oke, ketengahin. Kerjakan di ruang pemirsa sedang melakukan seperti masih langsung dan Ketergantungan akun. Oke. Jadi aku butuh lagi deh. Banyak juga ya ternyata. Jangan gini deh. Pengen aja yang duplikat ya. Ini aja yang duplikat. Back. Kayaknya yang tengah aja deh. satu kali ya, satu lebih satu. Apa deh? Monthly ya? Salah deh. Udah mungkin 12. Oh iya, karena kita buat ini baru aja kali. Bisa sih. Berapa nih? Apain nih? Kira udah 40 cuy. Kira-kira kalau bisa speedrun belum sih kan? Belum. Ya belum. Berarti lusa sih aku lupa. Joki event. Asli ini. Kayaknya cuy asli ini. Terus Valorant kah malam-malam? Bisa sih.
This route. If you ever.
Udah mana lagi kan? Udah. Punya Cildo Jalan. Udah. Punya Jalan. Punya Kli. Punya Bedo. Punya Yae. Punya Hitam. Punya apa Hitam. Punya Kirara. Punya Kafe. Punya Mandarar. Oke. Ini Kirara. Nah iya Kirara. Enggak, Tik Nari dan Lawan. Oke lah. Ya udah sih, nggak dibutuhin lagi. Kita paling yang ngambil apa? Koinnya doang sih.
This route. If you ever.
Futile!
Ke battle dulu atas grafik. Salah, lupa aku. Ya salah, lupa musuhnya kalau itu Wooper. Tapi kayaknya pas battle nggak terlalu itu deh, nggak terlalu ngeblok deh grafik segini. Coba dulu ya, jalan dulu dulu.
Down.
Order guide you. Solidify.
Grow, grow, grow. Make yourselves at home.
Witness the power of Gugwa. Torn to oblivion. There is no escape.
Gather.
Yalah, aku cari sedih.
Committed to memory.
This is order.
This may hurt a little. The Temple of Wisdom.
No, my sword. Rain Cutter. Inazuma shines eternal. Shine down.
Order guide you. Solidify.
Committed to memory.
Let me weave you a verse. Rain outlines your... Now you shall perish.
Kayaknya grafiknya kayak gini deh.
Illusion
shattered. Enak sih,
Grow, grow, grow.
Tuh berarti udah nggak mulai settingan grafik buat streaming.
Torn to oblivion.
Nggak ngeblur sih, masih enak dilihat sih. Nggak buram-buram banget lah. Atau
Mind the deluge.
I'm going in! Huh?
Eat this! Goba, get them!
Judgment! Lights out. Let's light it up!
Out of the frying pan, into...
Everybody stand back!
You're toast!
You can't run!
Be still. The depths beckon.
I'm going in! Huh? Off we go!
Hey, yeah!
Shiver! Judgment! That's gonna hurt in the morning. Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's light it up.
Nice and spicy.
You can't run.
Aduh. Harus kasih hydronya dulu.
I'm going in. Huh? Judgment. Let's
Aduh,
light it
nggak kena.
up. Is this
Ya ampun, nggak kena dong skillnya. Baru malesin cuy.
There is no I will have order. Gather.
This might hurt a little. Make yourselves at home.
Rain outlines your fate. Let me weave you a verse. Know my sword.
Now you shall perish. Ha!
Order guide you. Solidify.
Grow, grow, grow. The Temple of Wisdom.
Rain cutter.
Torn to oblivion. Ha! 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 Illusion shattered.
This might hurt a little.
Witness the power of Guhua. Rain outlines your fate. Know my sword.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Alah, bilang tadi
Shine
lah.
down.
I will have order.
Sering banget nih.
Everyone hold hands. Share my knowledge.
Let me weave you a verse.
Illusion shattered. Now you shall perish. Ha! Ha! There is no escape.
Mind the deluge.
Everybody stand back.
You're toast. Goba, get them.
Lights out.
Cascade.
Huh?
Nice and spicy.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Huh?
Eat this.
You can't run.
The depths beckon.
Let's light it up. Huh? I'm going in.
You're toast.
Punishment. Yeah. Yeah. Huh?
udah malam.
Lights out.
Kamisato art. Suiyu.
Oh.
May have overestimated.
Apa ini?
Teamwork is dreamwork. Off we go. Adventure time. Ow.
Boba, get them!
Why do they never miss?
Kabur dulu deh, nggak bener soalnya. Nggak ada stamina soalnya.
Off we go.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire!
I'm going in. Ow.
Ya ampun, tidak dapat ganti karakter, really? Wah, sumpah cok, anjir, maafin banget ya 2 hero, 3 malah bukan 2. Si Hydro ini sih yang harus dimatiin dulu tuh. Masalahnya tuh kalau udah sahabat tuh rotasi susah anjir.
Witness the power of Gugwa. Rain outlines your fate.
Torn to oblivion.
This is order. Stabilize.
This may hurt a little. The Temple of Wisdom. Grow, grow, grow.
Rain cutter. Rain outlines your fate.
Ada yang kena anjir.
Illusion shattered.
Gara-gara nyelam dong.
Gather.
Waduh, rotasinya hancur gara-gara giginya ada yang kena tadi.
Know my sword. Let me weave you a verse.
Inazuma shines eternal.
I will have order.
This may hurt a little. Make yourselves at home. Committed to
Witness the power of Gugwa.
Torn to oblivion.
Mind the deluge.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Eat this! Boba, get them!
Punishment. Yeah. Let's light it up. Everybody stand back.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire! Your tough
judgment. Shiver.
Kamisato art. Suiyu.
I'm going in.
Boba, get them!
Yeah.
Be still.
Eat this!
You can't run. Lights out. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire!
Judgment.
Nice and spicy! Hey,
Everybody stand back. What a nuisance. Punishment. Let's light it up.
Out of the frying pan, into the
Ini enak nih. Kan enak cuy, nggak ada Hydro-nya.
Let's light it up. You can't run. Yeah.
Pokoknya ngercilok tuh si hydronya dulu asli rotasi hancur sumpah. Energinya udah ada, cooldownnya seabad anjir. Sumpah. Kudu di lock dulu sumpah. Tapi kalau misalkan pakai Nahida sih ya gampang-gampang aja sih itu.
There is no escape. Grow.
Stabilize.
Committed to memory.
No, my sword! Rain cutter!
Illusion shattered.
This may hurt a little. The Temple of Wisdom.
Order guide you. Solidify.
Yeah, let me weave you a birth.
Inazuma shines eternal.
I will have order.
Committed to memory. Sharing my knowledge. I see everything.
Rain outlines your fate. Rain cutter!
Grow.
Makanya sih, makanya sih. Tapi gak bisa.
The depths back.
Teamwork is dreamwork! Huh?
Gak kena dong itu skill si Ben.
You can't run! I'm going in!
Udah kena lagi hitboxnya sumpah yang paling. Hitboxnya doang sih yang paling ngawasin tuh.
You're toast! Judgment! Off we go! Ow! Let's light it up! Punishment! Yeah! So everybody stand back! Huh? You can't run! Adventure time! Off we go!
Eat this!
Yeah!
Be still.
I'm going in! Let's light it up! Lights out. At least
Ya mati dong. Harusnya aku skill dulu tadi biar iframe-nya dapet.
There is no
This way, Colonel.
Stabilize.
Rain outlines your fate. No, my sword! Let me weave you.
Committed to memory.
shine down.
Nggak bisa
Order
kayak gitu.
guide you. Solidify.
This way, turn a little. Make yourselves at home. Committed to memory.
Witness the power of Google.
Now you shall perish. There is no escape.
This is order.
Rain outlines your fate. Rain cutter. Yeah.
Kamisato art. Suiyu.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
You're toast. Nice and spicy.
Shiver. Judgment. Huh? I'm going in. Huh?
still. Mind the deluge.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's light it up.
Nice and spicy. You're toast.
Punishment.
Cascade.
Booba, get...
I'm going in.
Yeah.
What a nuisance. You can't run. Huh?
Out of the frying pan.
Cascade.
Kayaknya sih nggak usah terlalu gimana kali ya.
Stabilize.
Everyone hold hands. Share my knowledge.
Witness the power of Gugwa. Inazuma shines eternal.
Order guide you. Gather.
Wah, videonya apa nak?
Make yourselves at home.
Rain outlines your fate. Let me weave you a verse. Know my sword.
Grow, grow, grow.
Now you shall perish.
Awas bang.
This is order. Solidified.
Committed to memory.
Witness the power of Gugwa.
Skillnya cooldown dong.
Illusion shattered. Torn to oblivion.
I will have order.
Ya belakangnya dong.
Stabilize.
Hey, sharing my knowledge. That's my turn to look.
Rain outlines your fate. Let me weave you a verse. Know my... There is no escape. Now you shall perish.
Sempat sih harusnya.
The depths beckon.
Let's light it up.
Eat this.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Huh? Yeah. Lights out. Judgment. One more sin. Huh? Everybody stand back. Let's...
Hey, yeah. Booba, get...
You can't run.
Be still.
Huh?
That really hurt. Nice and spicy.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Yeah. Shiver. Huh?
You're toast.
Mind the deluge. I may have overestimated.
Let's light it up.
Booba, get them.
Everybody stand back. You can't run.
Be still.
Mereka harus kusimpan di ultim Shayato. Rotasi energinya hancur.
Everyone hold hands. The Temple of Wisdom.
Rain outlines your fate. Know my sword. Rain cutter. Torn to oblivion. Ha! Ha!
Illusion shut.
This is order.
Sharing my knowledge. Committed to memory.
Witness the power of Gugwa. Rain outlines your...
There is no escape. Inazuma shines eternal. Illusion shattered.
I will have order.
Make yourselves at home.
Let me weave you a verse. Rain outlines your...
Torn to oblivion. Shine down.
Cepet banget sih ini waktunya. Berapa sih tadi? 9.30 ya? Ke 9.20an? 9.20an deh nih. Iya. Eh, 8.30 udah dapet.
I'm going in! Huh?
Eat this!
Judgment! Punishment! Huh? Huh? Let's light it up!
Out of the frying pan, it's...
The depths beckon.
Everybody stand back!
You're toast!
Yeah!
Cascade.
Huh?
Boba, get them!
I'm going in! Let's light it up! Huh?
Hey, yeah!
You can't run! Shiver! Teamwork is dreamwork! Huh?
Nice and spicy!
That's gonna hurt in the morning! Let's light it up!
Be still. Mind the deluge.
I'm going in! Huh?
Eat this!
Yeah!
Oke, sempet. Nah, ini mah tinggal main apa? Atas hyper carry. Bawahnya ya ini Bercanda atau enggak hotel Bercanda sih. Udah sih. Austral Reinhardt. Yang penting chamber 1 udah bisa survive aja udah itu. Udah paling minimal ya. Tapi ntar ini kayaknya masih enak dilihat nih. Ya nggak sih? Atau masih burik kayak? Setengah satu terus. Terus saya berapa sih? 9 ya, harus di-up dulu sih, kurang 17. nggak tahu sih asal gimana gitu pixelnya tuh masih agak buram padahal aku udah lihat di 1080 atau mungkin masa sih harus full screen kan nggak sih sama aja deh. Lebih patah-patah malah. Nggak tahu kenapa ya kalau dari mata langsung kayak gini dibanding di streaming lebih halus aja gini. Nggak mungkin sih aku nyalain kilatnya ini udah pasti nge-frame sih. Kayak sama aja deh ini tetap apa bitrate kali ya? Masa sih bitrate? Ini udah 8.000 loh ini terlalu tinggi loh. 10.000 OBS-nya nggak frame ya? Benar apa? Ngelek kan? OBS-nya OBS-nya mah enggak, punya aman. Ya kalau diem sih ya bagus sih. Gambarnya tetap bagus, tapi kalau udah gerak masih tetap aja buram. Tapi kalau di POV HP sih enak sih liatnya, kayak aku melihat orang lain tuh kayak bener-bener ngaburit gitu. Coba deh yang ahli nih.
Good deeds and bad. In the end, all will be placed upon the scales.
Tuh kalau di HP enak juga gitu. Kalau di PC trofeinya agak aneh, agak buram. Coba deh, kita sambil gerak-gerak lah ya. Berapa deh? 480 980 nih. Kalau yang pas di spiral dapat 5 ya. Ya kalau HP enak sih dilihatnya, tapi kalau PC atau desktop aneh.
But it's bound to run out sooner or later.
Kayak bener-bener apa ya, buram gitu. Gak tau ya, sebaiknya jangan terlalu maksain PC gitu sih. Jadi udah nyaman sih sebenarnya. Oke, matiin ini deh, mukanya laran. Nah, oke. Apa lagi ya? Masih 3 sih. Sabar 2-3. Banyak edit tuh. Banyak edit cuy. Aduh, keren. Fishing. Ya, betul. Oke, ceritanya berapa dah per refine? Quest explorers. Oh, belum kah? Kita harus lihat dari referensi orang dulu. Referensi harga. Material the cage 40.000 5 package. $8.000 per refine. Mungkin ambil berapa ya harganya? Rp5.000 oke sih sebenarnya. Rp5.000 aja nih ya. Salah. Fine. Ini the end of line. The end of line. Offline. Aduh, wait. Malah if loading. The end of line. Ngapain? The end of line. Ya kalau nggak salah harga sebelumnya ya. Ini juga ya. Kalau nggak salah aku udah ngasih harga sebelumnya. Main of lain 10.000 per event. Kemalannya sih. Ini 10.000 ya. Gimana ya? Ribu. Berapa ya? Rp6.000 aja kali ya. Kalau itu lagi samain aja kali ya. Samain aja deh. Ya masih gampang gitu sih kan. Namanya tuh apa sih? Oh, refinement. Refinement. Kali berapa? Rp5.000 kali 5 kan 25.000, ya kan? Ya kan? 5 kali 25.000. Salah. 5.000 kali 5 kocak. Ya 5.000. Tapi kemurahan. Karena 10.000 aja kali ya. Ya deh, 10.000 dulu. Lain. Bagaimana ya? Nggak tahu. kelar kali ya, belum. Eksplorasi mungkin nanti aja nih, eksplorasi banding special item bisa nanti sih. Satu isu. Oke ya, ini tinggal dan itu ya. Nggak usah pakai aku sudah berarti itu yang pakai itu ya, Masih doang. Quality dulu. Quality itu. Oke, sip. tinggal nomor telepon. WhatsApp bisnis kita, WhatsApp bisnis itu masih belum paham. WhatsApp bisnis. Kalian tahu kayak gimana sih? Yang butuh not lagi apa ya? Event butuh not gak sih? Kayaknya butuh deh event. Ini berarti event. WhatsApp bisnis mungkin continue. Oh, bisa di phone number. Kalau satu number, oh harus. Oke. Mungkin ntar deh mau bikin nomor baru aja. Oke. Durasi event masih berlangsung peraturan event. Mulai di ke atas. Kalau yang TVG 20 juga kah? 32 TR30 5 ke atas deh jaga. Oke. Akun sudah berlevel akan berhentikan 15. sudah menyelesaikan quest yang bersangkutan. Tapi apa sih ringkasan event itu doang deh. Harus ada yang lain. Kok ada 2 grup dekat lagi? Nah, ya ampun, belum ke itu kah? Yang mohon maaf sebesar-besarnya mana Anda? Oke. Terus danetnya mana? Aku undur dulu semua. Udah sampai ini. Kontrol duplikat. Duplikat yang sama. Waduh, berarti belum cuy. Rasanya udah full itu deh. Waduh, ngulang lagi nih, oi. Dari klaim currency dari kalau dari klaim currency seperti ini. Kayaknya perusahaan aku udah pernah ketik deh, sempat nanti. Kayaknya hilang deh. Aneh. Aku denger udah aku ketik deh, kalau salah panjang itu. Kok kayak langsung hilang gitu aja ya? Ya, ini harusnya ada region yang diinginkan kalau salah aku dengar. Kok kehapus kah apa gimana deh? Perasaan udah aku ketik deh. Kemana deh itu? Asli cuy, hilang kah? Entahlah. Halo Bang, halo juga Sarzal Suf. Selamat malam menjelang pagi. Gila cuy, masih ada yang mau nonton dong. Rekam ya. 11. Oke. Salah. Ternyata masih ada cuy yang mau nonton jam segini kan. Gila sih. Dan terbentus dan ketergantungan akun. ganti tahun. Notesnya udah. Bentar, berarti yang tadi ngulang dong. Bener aja, astagfirullah. Ngulang lagi. Tai lah. Biar udah capek-capek ngetik itu kan bisa-bisanya kok yang kelihatannya tuh hilang loh. Yang tadi tuh ya pos yang tadi tuh hilang loh. Mau dari awal lagi cuy, gila. Kerjakan selama event masih berlangsung. Terus tadi apa ya? Aduh kan lupa. Oh ya, minimal akun sudah level atau adventure training 35+. Sudah menyesalkan kelas yang bersangkutan. Oke. Terus apa ya tadi tuh? Bisa-bisanya lu gara-gara tadi hilang jadi ngulang semua anjir. Apalagi yang ada ya. Ya udah segitu aja deh. Kalau aku udah ngetik panjang itu yang keren itu hilang anjir. Perasaan lo ya tanpa di save juga ada apa ya? Dan ini kan online ya ngerjainnya, bisa dimana aja asalkan terkait sama akun. Hilang sumpah. Ini apa ada yang pakai ke akunku? Mungkin sih. Masa sih yang pakai akunku? Setting mungkin seperti merekam rokok dulu anjir. Kayaknya cukup ya. Ya nggak apa lah, segitu aja. Tadi udah ngetik panjang-panjang coy, kok bisa-bisanya hilang. Ayo. Event. Ya cukup sih. Oh, boleh deh, menerima eksplorasi. Empat. Dia mana? Cuma yang itu ya, yang gratis ya. Yalah, nggak tahu kerjain aja yang eksplorasi. Koordinat yang jadi ya itu. Privasi admin ini konsumen password baru ganti ketika menyesuaikan nomor akun. Oke. Yang gratis doang, yang nggak ada eksplorasi. Oke. Farming material. Ya udah deh, farming material. Oke. Farming material. Kerjakan sampai sesuai paket ya. Menemukan minimal akun sudah enggak sih, enggak gitu sih. Yang sudah minimal akun sudah membuka waypoint. Yang bersangkutan yang dekat aja dengan material tersebut. Halo Dylan Lorenzo Wijaya, selamat malam. Set masih ada yang mau nonton sih. Sudah menyelesaikan quest yang bersangkutan. Oke. Apa lagi ya? Kan. Oh iya. Casing minimal. Casing tercap. Harus ada ya, harus ada 190, harus ada minimal 140 sampai 140. Jika tidak akan menggunakan, jika kurang aja sih, enak juga sih. Kurang akan dipergunakan saja dan transien gimana? Transien. Oh, cepat.
This road.
Depotrium, Labor, Portarium, Transien. Ya, ada cek. Oke. Transien. Yep. Transien resin. Untuk apa? Bentar. Untuk farming talent aja kali ya, farming talent atau boss drop. Nah, tak udah lagi ngikutin. Akan menggunakannya radial resis dan transien resin untuk farming atau diberi lagi untuk farming. Resin harus ada minimal 140 sampai 160. Jika kurang akan menggunakannya. Ya, banyak biasanya gitu sih. Kristal core, wood, mineral, kayaknya cukup deh. Yap, ini farming material udah. Quest, nah ini questnya harus butuh sih. Oke, bisa aja sih aku liatin live streaming ini. Nyari paket Archon Quest, Story Quest, dan hangout quest, mungkin kasih ada kali. Kelihatan nggak sih di listing? Oh, kelihatan. sudah menyelesaikan. Jika membeli paket Darkon Quest, Story Quest, dan Hangout Quest minimal sudah menyelesaikan quest yang bersangkutan. Yang melekat dengan quest tersebut. Dibukakan poin. Buset, udah low ini baterai berapa nih? Apalagi ya? Apabila quest tersebut sudah setengah jalan atau sudah hampir selesai, maka pembayaran atau kartu debit tetap ditentukan. Bila quest sudah setengah jalan, itu sudah hampir selesai, maka harga juga tetap bagaimana. Oke, skip. Apabila ada just atau karung dalam menu terus akan diambil. Menjauhkan dia aja kali ya, betapa kami sudah terima. Tersebut apa ya? Kalau gini sih ya. Kebetulan lagi buat ini. Konsumen memilih paket hitung duration tuh special record special jenis-jenisnya juga required kan apa gini kali ya ini senang koin dan kurun teleport step dulu dan step of the seven akan diambil, tapi untuk eksplorasi masih chess kulus atau special item lagi special item gitu. Tidak akan diambil. Agak berantakan sih. Atau mungkin bener-bener aja kali ya, biar nggak terlalu berantakan. Baik. Diambil hanya yang berkaitan dengan kos saja. Ini spesial item apa ya? Salah. Spesial item apa ya? Menunggu. Amat banget tuh.
Surrender.
Which should I choose?
Ini udah ngeblok deh. Item spesial itu perjalanan puzzle juga deh. Apa tuh? Kayaknya mending untuk chest tulis special item puzzle dikerjakan atau diambil tuh. dikerjakan atau diambil. Kita kasih spasi aja dulu. Produk kelas informasi apa yang informasi? Ya. Nomor 8 jika ada item yang bertambah atau berubah maka unjoking. Oke. Udah cukup udah segini doang. Ada lagi nggak? Gila bro. Material yang bertambah yang berubah. Lagi ya, pokoknya gimana soalnya podcast tuh banyak berkaitan sama eksplorasi juga. Kayu ikan musuh udah cukup deh. Berarti 8 nomor aja udah cukup. Udah lumayan banyak sih sebenarnya. Habis keyboard kalau matiin efek semuanya kena kan. Oke sip. Berarti kayaknya udah semua deh ini. Coba dari bawah dulu. Ini buat apa? Yang dipin juga. Training udah, terus satu udah, buat nulis sama buku udah, rawat akun udah, keterangan buat ngambil buku udah, spiral habis. Nah, spiral habis mungkin kasih nota ya. Ntar deh. Given kayaknya udah cukup deh nota segitu. Farming juga udah, request udah, enak lain. Bisa sih enak lain, yang betul. Nanti kayaknya gitu deh. Tiket ini buat makan. Apa deh? Berat banget. Harga cuy. Kayaknya selalu bertahan fokus. Chrome fokus, Notepad fokus, Makatar fokus. Syarat launching itu level berapa sih? Kok aku kayak syarat launching. Syarat launching. Launching. Mancing minimal apa berapa? Ngantuk. Nggak ada. Gimana ya? Minimal itu. Kalau dibuat ada nggak? Kan bias mancing. Minimal air berapa sih mancing tuh? Kalau kita penangkapan itu saja sih. Minimal air berapa sih buat bisa mancing tuh? Minimal mancing. Masih aku masih ada dong, kayaknya masih belum kelar deh, entah amat. Ntar aku harus nyari dulu di Google deh. Fishing in GENSHIN. Fishing in GENSHIN. Bentar. To unlock missing yourself, you contact to work close recording. Oh ini kita kan. Kerjakan sesuai paket yang diinginkan. Minimal apa sudah mungkin dekat dengan area mancing tersebut. Area pancing, area mancing. Area mancing, area pancing. Area mancing sih kayaknya yang benar. Oke. Minimal sudah menyelesaikan quest. Exploding population. Exploding population. Oh, minimal airnya ya. Tuh, nggak berapa sih? Random deh. Exploding population. Itu yang kategori navigation, cuma sorry not coba. Terus over navigation, language. Syaratnya tuh mana deh? This active using point, using item, buat atau karakter dalam action. Not voice over, change start navigation. Using point, lower way. So it's time to 72 hours. Ada fishing. Wah, air berapa sih? Fishing point, fishing association, fishing project, fishing alpha fishing Jiangsu, fishing association service, fishing gallery, story, fishing, exploration, explosion, exploding population, step of governing not dialog, story, video guide. Ada air minum enggak? Air minimum for fishing engagement.